Any questions on your quiz? Hi, Tim.
I'm changing it. Doesn't help me, but.
So today we're slated to cover the tissue level of organization and 3 others. Like I said, we're probably only going to get through 3 of the 4, but we'll go over that towards the end of the class. Some of these we're going to breeze through fairly quickly, some of these we're not. We'll spend some time on. Again, if you have questions on here, please ask. If I need to slow down, please tell me. If we're comfortable on something, please let me know. These are the topics that we'll be covering. That's a good definition that you probably need to know. Histology is study of tissues. First thing we're going to cover is epithelial tissue. The epithelia are layers of cells. And it's going to be any internal or external surfaces. This is not just contained to your outer layer of skin. We're going to be covering glands. They're derived from a makeup of epithelial cells, and they are specified for secreting different hormones or sweat, depending on what it is dealing with. Epithelial characteristics, they're closely bound cells. Their surface is exposed to an environment, whether it's still, again, internal or external. And they help attach underlying tissue. Once we get to the actual layers of skin, you'll see that while we only see one, you have several different layers of skin that attach to each other. Avascular, meaning what? Continually regenerated, some more than others. We've all had that one patient that looks like they are a garlic salt factory. Theirs are regenerating at a much different rate than the normal person. So the locations are obviously skin, which we think about probably most of the time. Internal passageway lining and internal cavity lining. They provide protection. They control permeability. They contain focused groups of nerves that provide sensation. And some of them produce secretions. Those secretions are going to be specialized due to their location. As far as the physical protection side, they help prevent from cuts and abrasions, keep everything together and contained. They help protect from dehydration. How does the body do that?
Sweat.
And then deconstruction, obviously. Keeps us from falling apart. Controls permeability through means of regulation of what enters the body and what exits the body. Now, can it prevent any and everything from entering the body through the skin? No. And obviously, the type of epithelial tissue that it is going to allow what permeability is, right? So, if I stick my finger in a cup of bourbon, am I going to get drunk? No, right? I know when I was in high school, we were a bunch of fucking, I wasn't an idiot, but we had females who would soak tampons in alcohol and put them in their body. And that would in fact get them drunk because of the permeability of the skin in that area. They provide sensation. Again, they detect change in the environment. We dealt with two types of feedback, being what?
Negative and positive?
Correct. And they relay information to the nervous system that's going to dictate what your brain tells the rest of your body to do. So if we're cold, our body does what? If we're hot, it does what? Okay. Babies have those different reflexes that they can dictate. Obviously, if we're walking around and we put our hand on a hot burner, what are we going to do? Exactly. So it's going to provide that sensation of I like this or I don't like this. You have gland cells that secrete specialized secretions depending on their location. They're glandular epithelial tissue that are classified where the excretions are discharged. Exocrine and endocrine, meaning what?
Inside, outside.
Exocrine glands discharge secretions onto the surface of the epithelial tissue. Examples of that are listed below. Then you have endocrine glands that are primarily within our body, typically dealing with hormones, that release chemical messages and help regulate tissues and organs. What would an example of that be? Anybody know? Okay. That's the big one, sex hormones, thyroid hormones, your adrenal responses, any of those things are going to be your internal secretions and chemical messages. Your whole fight and flight response, that's what that is. You have intercellular connections on epithelial tissue that are held together by membrane proteins. And then you have intracellular cement, which are those polysaccharide protein mixtures that provide that solid structure, but it's still elastic in nature. It's not like fixed, it has some fluidity to it, but it keeps everything in place. Gives it a good base for everything to attach to. You have CAMs. They can bind to each other, extracellular materials, or cytoskeleton filaments, which I believe we'll go over here shortly. Those are going to be your intercellular connections. They form specialized attachment sites called cell junctions. Those are the three different type of junctions that we have. I believe there's actually 5, but I think we only go over 3 things. Could be wrong on that though. Tight junctions are lipid layers that are bound tightly together. They have a belt that encircles them to bind them together. They're connected to actin filaments. This will be on page what? 99 in your book for demonstration.
That's gonna be on page 100. Yeah.
That'll be on page 100 in your book for demonstration. This is going to be a cross-section of that. Tight junctions prevent passage of water and solutes between cells. These are very common in your digestive tract. Why do we think that this is the type of layer that is used in reference to being in contact with chemicals?
So if those chemicals don't go through the...
What type of layer is it though? And that's going to be one of those that is that selectively permeable, completely permeable, or non-permeable? Selective to non, depending on what they are, right? If you have something that's completely permeable in your digestive tract, not going to be good. You have gap junctions that are held together by specific protein membranes. They allow small molecules and ions to pass between those cells. These are most commonly found in smooth muscle and cardiac tissue. So again, in reference to that sodium potassium pump that we briefly touched on last week, with your cardiac tissue, it's wanting to allow certain things in and out, and it tries to regulate the flow of those to function properly. Any deviation from that obviously can cause issues. So, and we have to remember, if there is a deviation from that, it could be one of two things, right? Not only could it be a tissue issue, what else could it be? Let's think of the sodium potassium pump real quick in your heart, right? Sodium moves in, potassium moves out, and they continue to fluctuate back and forth. If the tissue dies or there's damage to the tissue, that's a tissue problem, right? Those channels aren't working properly, the tissue's not working properly. What's one big thing that we can control?
The actual, I guess molecules that don't...
The electrolyte issue, right? We can help fluctuate the electrolytes that could, the junctions or the tissue or any of those things could be functioning properly. We could not have the correct levels of electrolytes that we need for those to function. Same thing with Charlie horses, cramps, all of those things. People get dehydrated. There's not enough solutes in the body to help those muscles do what they need to do. That's something that we can intercept with. Desmosomes are cells locked together with that cement and those protein membranes that we talked about. You'll find those in heavily worked muscle areas. That will be on page 402.
That's still on page 100.
You're not helping me, Corey. It's on page 100. You can see those button desmosomes form a small disc. You got hemi, meaning what? Half, right? That resemble half of the side. One side will attach to the base membrane, the other side will attach to the skin. So it's almost like a zipper when those hemidesmosomes lock in place. They are what is going to seed both of those things, both sides of those to each other. One is going to go through, you can see here, one will go through the basement layer and connect to this underlying, one will go all the way through. And Corey said that it's still in fact on page 100. Epithelial surface are specialized structures that distinguish between epithelial cells. Anybody know how many different sets or different types of epithelial tissue we have? Three main ones on the epithelial side. Correct. They line internal passageways that have microvilli. What does microvilli help with? To do what? Absorbance and feed. Same thing with your digestive system, right? You got all those pool noodle fingers in there that help increase surface area for absorption and excretion. That's what microvilli look like on a cartoon level. That's what they look like under a microscope. You can see all these protrusions are compacted from the same root of that area, but they extend from there to increase that surface area. They specialize in active and passive transport, so that's what? With and without what? Correct? Energy? Let me give you an example right there. So this little animated drawing here, this is going to be one cell. Obviously, this is increased for demonstrative purposes, right? But you can see it's got its own nucleus, it's got its own mitochondria, it's got its own Golgi, it is one cell. Those are linked together to form structures. Basement membrane lies between the epithelium and the underlying connective tissues that allow the epithelial cells to remain connected to the body. If that basement membrane is destroyed, what happens to your skin? Sloughs off. It exposes all that muscle and fat underneath. Mainly consistent of protein fibers that attach with those hemidesmosomes. Again, it's that zipper effect that connect both sides to each other. Your epithelial tissue renews and repairs itself and may only survive for a day or two. Again, we've all seen some of those people that you just brush up against them and all that dead skin tissue comes off. Do you think that they're having an issue with shedding or repairing? Repairing, it's doing fine. It's having an issue excreting the dead tissue, and that's why it's there. So if we brush up against those people and we get our own Parmesan cheese brewing, right, do we expose that muscle or fat underneath? No. It just has a problem deconnecting from itself. I know it's a bad reference, but it is what it is. We've all seen it, and it's gross. Reminds me of that, what was that movie? Ryan Reynolds. Waiting, where he does the whole thing with his hairs, like a little garlic salt. Yep. It's gross. And those people always cough. They just get the debris in the air. It's not a fun Your epithelium maintains its structure through continuous divisions of stem cells. Stem cells are also found near the basement membrane. Why would that be important? That it has to be found near the basement membrane.
So he knows when to activate.
Not just that, if your stem cells aren't near the membrane, what do your stem cells do?
Differentiate into whatever cell.
But it helps what? Repair and grow, right? And if it's not near that basement membrane, what can it not do? Attach itself to anything, right? So if the stem cells are at the surface and they regenerate at the surface, what are they going to do? Fall right off. So all your stem cells need to be found in that basement membrane, so when they regenerate, it pushes that layer out, that layer falls off, and they continue to do that. Because if they, again, if they regenerated at the surface, what good is that doing? It's not. So you have simple and stratified layers. And those two layers can be made up of different Those two layers can be made of different types of cells. Those three cells that are listed there. Squamous, cobodial, and columnar. What do we think squamous is?
Square.
Typically square or some variation of square. Very simplified. Cobodial, any idea? Cubed or rectangular or compressed. And columnar, cylindrical, usually found in those striated strands, typically in muscles or around. So simple epithelium are single layers of cells covering a basement membrane, super fragile, only found in internal environments. Why? Is our internal body exposed to a lot of, various conditions, or is it usually pretty normal unless there's some type of extravagant event? They're usually pretty homeostatic, right? They don't, you don't get stabbed from the inside. So that layer of tissue doesn't need to be super thick to protect it. The elements aren't being exposed initially to the inside of the body. Example of that, the chamber of the heart would be a good one. Found in areas with increased secretions and absorption. That, where they are predominantly used for absorption, they are very thin, and that helps with that permeability of what it's trying to exchange or secrete, right? So if it was super thick, it'd have a hard time with absorption and it wouldn't be very productive. An example of this would be your alveoli in your lungs. The gas exchange happens. If it's difficult for it to exchange the CO2 and the oxygen, is it going to be very productive? No. You have stratified. Stratified helps provide an increased protection to the skin or to the epithelial tissue. It has stacked layers above the basement membrane, found in locations subject to mechanical and chemical stresses. Surface of the skin and the lining of the mouth would be one. We've all eaten that pizza or that Hot Pocket that's cold on the end, or cold on the middle and 9,000 degrees on the end, and then you can't taste anything and you sit here and do that for a while and all the skin sheds off your mouth. That's what would be was coming off. But again, it's exposed to different environments, different acidities, different temperatures. So if we had a single layer in there, would that be beneficial? No. I'll just take this real quick. Hello. Teacher, what's up? One of them was mixed, half load of laptops, and the other half was candy bars. One of them was steel, that was the flatbed. The other one, they don't know. Oh, my throat and eyes? Yeah, I feel like that's probably partly just burning diesel and everything else, but there was, I do know there was nothing like hazardous in it. Yeah, we're good. Just anhydrous ammonia burning off. Yeah. It's fine. Yeah. Cool. He was a big boy. I heard. Yes, sir. Appreciate you. Classifying epithelia, again, we have 3 base shapes, the ones that we just covered 2 minutes ago. So squamous are flat and, like I said, square-ish, but they're very thin. Nucleus occupies the thickest portion. So you can see that this would be a simple squamous epithelium where there's a single layer. And then you have stratified squamous, meaning what? Multiple layers of the same thing, right? The closer you get to the surface, the thinner they're going to get, just because of mechanical stress, environmental stress, exposure, damage, all of those things, and those are the layers that, in reference to the external part of our skin, the outer lining of our skin is going to be what comes off. You can see the closer we get to that base, the thicker they are. And that's going to provide that extra support and protection. Cuboidal are cubed and squared. Sometimes they can be more like, you'll have this view, right? But they could be longer. They can appear to be hexagon box, like these down here. Nuclei lie in the center, and they, for the most part, line up in a neat row. It's not going to be like Legos where they're all perfect, but they're very well compacted, they're very tight together. You can kind of see on this one how you've got varying degrees in some of them. It's almost like snake skin or alligator where it's just, they'll make that line, but they kind of delve into the other realms. Where on this one, the tops, the peaks, the valleys are pretty much uniform across there. Then you have the columnar. They can be hexagonal, tall, and slender. Nuclei is in the narrow band near the basement membrane. You can see these here will have that cilia or microvilli on top. And these are going to be stratified where they're just, again, the same cells, but they're continuing to make different layers. So what do we think the difference between simple and stratified is?
1 layer, multiple layers.
The number of layers that are involved with the tissue. Squamous is found to protect regions where absorption occurs. Why do we think that these simple squamous cells have to deal with absorption? What is their shape? They're thin, right? Found where slippery surfaces reduce friction. What's an example of that besides this? Esophagus. Kidneys are a dense tissue. Lungs, where? Specifically in the lungs. The alveoli, and where else? That visceral lining that is going to protect that friction when we breathe, that's going to be those types of tissue. That is on page what, Corey? You're not helping.
103.
103? If you need to reference that in your book.
What was the example you said, lungs, and what else was it? The lungs like the alveoli for the simple squamous?
Lungs, the visceral lining of the lungs, the internal alveoli of the lungs, your esophagus that gets in your stomach that's going to need to deal with absorption, or the pericardial sac of your heart would be another one.
Thank you.
Cubodial, found where secretions or absorption occurs that provide limited protection. An example of this would be in your pancreas, where enzymes and buffers are in play. Again, these have to deal more with the digestive process of excretion and absorption. Also on page 103? Tells you in there, glands, ducts, portions of the kidneys, your thyroid gland. Then you have the columnar, which may be found, again, where the secretion and absorption occur. This is mostly the lining of your stomach. So these are your, I won't say thickest, your most dense type of tissue in a singular layer. And what is our stomach exposed to that's going to need that little bit of extra protection? Right? You can see there's an example probably also on page 103. Pseudostratified, what do we think that means?
Just a mixture.
They appear stratified, but the reason that they're not is that, so, I think that picture. So this right here is mostly all of our nucleus are in line, right? When you're dealing with pseudostratified, I'll offer the picture. Here we go. See how the nucleus are just at different depths? That is what that's going to show. They're not going to be in that perfect row. They're not going to be the same types of tissue, whatever the issues may be. Typically possess that cilia or microvilli on them. Nasal cavity lining would be an example of the pseudostratified. Transitional epithelial, withstand stretching, multi-layered appearance. An example of that would be your bladder. Why?
Stretches.
When we consume liquid, what happens? The bladder gets full, we pee, and it shrinks back down. They're constantly under those changes and limited pressure. Or 103? 105. You can see here's a good example. This is what the cells would be like in an empty bladder. And then when it gets full, what happens? All those top layers start to stretch out, those bottom layers start becoming compressed. What else would be in the base here and into the connective tissue in our body, what else would be implanted in there? Certain receptors that would what?
Tell us that it's,
Tell us that our body, hey, this is getting full, we need to pee. Now we're getting into combi epithelial tissue. You've got stratified squamous, which are found where stresses are severe. An example of that would be the outer layer of our skin. So stratified squamous meaning what? Multiple layers of the squamous epithelial tissue. Correct. I assume that's also on page 105. Glandular epithelial produce endocrine and exocrine secretions. Exocrine secretions discharge through ducts. Endocrines are hormones that are discharged into the blood and tissues. So, what would be an example of an exocrine secretion? Sweat? Hmm? Okay. Anything else?
Oil on your skin.
Okay. Anything internally on a grander scale? Has to assist in the digestive process? Bile? Lymph? Anything like that? Endocrine secretions are going to be anything that, any type of luteinizing or hormone secreting hormone in your body, whether it be your adrenal response, whether it be a luteinizing, whether it be, you know, thyroid hormone, any of those things are going to be those endocrine. Exocrine glands characterized as unicellular glands called goblet cells. So if they're unicellular, they're goblet. If they're multicellular, they're secretory. Multicellular exocrine glands are classified by the patterns specifically, whether it be of the duct, portion of the gland, the mode or type of secretion.
Yeah,
Do you need to go back?
no, it's fine.
What do you need?
Thank you.
Speak up. Huh? Speak up.
She's saying that we're gonna have to go back and rewatch some of it.
And I'm relying heavily on, what do you call it, word correct? What do you call it?
Autocorrect.
Autocorrect.
I'll just fix all that when I read it.
So your three types of secretions classifications by modes: merocrine, apocrine, and holocrine. Merocrine are going to be effective lubricants, protective barriers, and they help trap foreign material. They're released by secretory vesicles by exocytosis. So what does that mean? Pushing out of the cell itself, correct? An example will be on page, what? One that looks like this.
106.
106. Apocrine involves the loss of cytoplasm and secretory product. The outermost portion of the cytoplasm is packed into those vesicles, but the cells remain intact for further secretion. Mammary glands are a perfect example of this. So I have female excretes the milk. Does her ability go away? No, it empties what it has in the cell and then will reproduce as it can manage. But is there also an unlimited supply? No. It's dependent on the production and the ability for that cell to produce and function. That is on page 107?
106.
106. Apologies. That's a good example. You can see where it's ready to break off. It gets produced, starts to regrow, the process starts over. You can see it never loses its nucleus, never loses its mitochondria, never loses anything except what the cell is meant to produce. Holocrine secretion. The entire cell becomes packed with secretions and it bursts and dies. Sebaceous glands produce oily hair coating would be an example of that. I am not super familiar with holocrine glands, so if you ask me a question, I'm probably not going to know the answer, just being honest. That is do your own study. Also in 106?
Nice.
You can see down here, mitosis is happening. You have your stem cells that help with the regeneration. They push forward and it pushes out. And they continue to regrow. You have 3 different types of exocrine gland secretions. You have mucosis or mucosal, serous, and you have a combi or mixed. Serous secrete watery solutions containing certain enzymes, and what do enzymes do? Sterling's not here to answer for you.
Accelerate chemical reactions.
Huh?
Accelerate chemical reactions.
They accelerate the chemical reactions, or they help with the what?
They lower the activation.
There we go. We lower the activation energy that is required for a certain process to take place. They are specific to certain protein or protein membranes, right? Mucosal glands secrete mucin that form a thick, slippery mucus. Typically, that mucin needs to mix with what to perform mucus?
Water.
What? If you ever notice when you get sick, even in your nose, and you have your diarrheal and you're vomiting, what happens to your snot? It gets real thick because you become dehydrated, right? So you sit there and blow, and that's when you have those big old dangly ones because there's not as much water in there to get that stuff out. Then you have mixed that contain more than one type. They're typically a combination of that mucosal and serous secretion. Your book probably has a reference for one of those. I can't think of one offhand that's a combination. I'm sure it's something that's very simple, but again, I will tell you, this type of stuff you need to know for A&P, and most of it you can purchase without. Unless you want to become like a dermatologist or something cool, then you probably shouldn't purge it.
It says the
Salivary
salivary
gland.
saliva.
Okay. All right, let's take 7 minutes now that we're in the connective tissue.
he was, I mean, he just had, nothing worth running for. He just had,
I heard Hunter say, I got weed on the.
yeah, he just had drugs. He didn't have.
All right, connective tissues. Most diverse tissues of the body. Types of connective tissue will be some types: blood, bone, and fat.
Nick, yours tonight.
Tonight? Okay. Tell Lisa I'll get all the paperwork ready and I'll have her bring it over tonight. I'm 8 for 10 on my last medic class, just for real. 7 on the first time pass. So, pretty happy with that one. 3 basic components: protein fibers, ground substance fluid, and then obviously the specialized cells depending on what its purpose is in life. Ground substance and extracellular proteins are what are compromised for the matrix. They surround the cells and account for most of the volume in the connective tissue. Obviously, the ground substance for bone is going to be different than the ground substance for fat. $50,000 monitors and you still have a plastic here. You think they could put some type of metal perforation on there so it doesn't get jammed every time you tear paper off?
You seen the new one?
I don't like it. It's like a fucking boombox. Have you seen it? That motherfucker's like this tall. They're like, it's only 18 pounds. I'm like, only?
Worry about that touchscreen.
Yeah. And where you have 4 hotkeys: on, shock, charge, and your dial. Your synchronize is on there, your pacing is on there, your blood pressure, everything else is touchscreen. Last thing I want is blood on there, and then like you click and hold. You can click and hold and rearrange your screen. I'd do that, and I'll be like pissed. I'd be thrown.
That's what I'm gonna see if it's pressure sensitive or heat sensitive.
Pressure.
Is it any pressure? Then fluid won't really.
I'm just saying with my finger.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
You know, if you go to push a button and then it glides across the screen, now I've got my blood pressure in the top right corner, and half the shit kicks off the screen. I'm not a big fan of that.
Does it do anything more than what the 15s do?
Like process-wise, no.
So
It's just, but what they add, productive cap no from the 15 to the 12 is the only huge change. Like,
So why would you get that over the 15 for?
you can actually, I take that back. You can do invasive pressure monitoring a lot easier on the 35 than you can the 15, because there's actually a built-in port that had an adapter.
I mean, that's not something that we commonly do.
Not,
Why would you?
flight doesn't commonly do that.
Why would you get that over?
Because they don't just sell to EMS.
Okay.
You know, they sell to hospitals and everything else. It's just where their big market. All right. Distributed throughout the body, connective tissues are. They should never be exposed to the outside environment. If they are, you have a problem. All your connective tissues are, I don't say all, most are highly vascular, and the ones that the tissues themselves that are not highly vascular are surrounded by a bunch of vascular pathways. They contain receptors for sensation. The functions of connective tissue are obviously to support and protect. That would be your bone and your fat. Transportation of material, your blood, storage of energy reserves, or fat, and defense of the body, all of them. Now I'm trying to go to the temperature monitors here.
Really?
If I can figure out a way how much money I'll get from my physio stuff. I hate physio though, like with a passion. Support and protection, establish the bony structural framework for the body. They can protect delicate organs like your ribs. They surround and interconnect other tissue types. Corey, I'm on the Corey train today. Number 3.
Would you go?
Try it.
Hey, you're doing better than me, because this is still just number 2 for me.
Mine are smaller. Story of my life, but I mean,
How much caffeine does yours got compared to mine though?
I can't read this text. It's got 140% of my daily niacin, so it'll be fucked on that front. It doesn't even say, does it?
That is good for you.
Let's see
How
the
much
baby.
caffeine's in there?
Yeah, I don't see it. Probably 0. Probably just, oh, it says caffeine, just doesn't say how much. 350% of B6? Cool boy. But it does vitalize my body and mind, so I should be okay. Obviously, for transportation of materials, fluid within the connective tissue, move dissolved materials through the body in order to be recycled, refiltered, repurposed, whatever. Who's supposed to do this one?
Kaylin,
Who?
Kaylin.
Your adipose tissues that stores fat until it's needed. That fat can contain what that we use for energy? Glycol, glycerol, all of those things that help break down and produce energy. Defense of the body, obviously. They help with invasions through cell-to-cell interactions. They produce antibodies. And then you can have protection on the physical front, fat, bone, all of those things. Again, sometimes being fat helps. You ever seen a fat guy kidnapped? If you only got a 4-inch blade and I got 5 inches of fat, screw off. Not gonna help you on a bullet though. You got 3 major types. Connective tissue proper, and those have 2 subcategories of loose and dense. You've got fluid connective tissues, again, 2 subcategories of blood and lymph. And then you have supporting connective tissues, which have 2 subcategories of bone and cartilage. That will be on page 108. Connective tissue proper, different types of cells and fibers within a matrix or syrup round substance, fatty tissue, your tendons and ligaments, and then different tissues that underlie the skin.
We're trying to. Good. Now that one coil is falling over.
Your fluid connective tissue, distinctive population of cells suspended in a matrix. That is more of a watery substance. They contain certain dissolved and non-dissolved proteins and enzymes. Examples of that would obviously be blood and lymph. In supporting connective tissues that are less dense and diverse or less diverse in cell population, but more dense ground substance. That is obviously going to be your bone or your cartilage. Connective tissue proper, you'll see those 4 different types of cells: fibroblasts, macrophages, fat cells, and mast cells. Hey, what's your chaplain's name down there? Jeff Carr?
Conrad Moore,
Conrad Moore.
and then we have,
Do you have his contact info?
you, sir.
Can you send it to Kaylin?
We also have, Brian Woodring.
I think we usually use Conrad for contact with him. Fibroblasts are the most abundant cells in the connective tissue proper. Permanent residents, non-squatters, lifers, produce and maintain the connective tissue fibers and that ground substance. Macrophages are scattered through the matrix. They engulf damaged cells and pathogens, and they release chemicals to mobilize the immune system. So once they engulf something, they say, hey, this is not supposed to be here. Respond with help. Fixed macrophages spend long periods of time within the connective tissue. Free macrophages just roam around and will respond to inflammatory or infectious responses. Fat cells, also known as adipose cells, or adipocytes, also permanent residents, contain a large droplet of lipid. Obviously, the quantity of fat cells vary. Yeah. Nothing hazardous. Yeah, I talked to Chris. It was laptops and candy and steel and a bunch of other stuff. But they were both refrigerated units, so there would have been, obviously refrigerated and all that in the air, and then 1,000 gallons of burning diesel and tires and everything else. So. Okay. Yep. Mast cells are small mobile cells found near blood vessels. Chemical released into the body to provide defense against injury or infection. They're like the tattletales. They'll find something, the cells themselves will release a chemical, and then the body has a response to that chemical. It says, come here. Oh, there it was. Connective tissue fibers, we have 3 types of fibers. Collagen, elastic, and reticular. Collagen fibers are long, straight, and unbranched, strong and flexible, and they're the most common connective tissue fiber. Then we have elastic fibers that contain protein elastin. They are branched and wavy, and they return to their original length after stretching, like a rubber band. You have reticular fibers that are the least common. They're thinner than collagen fibers that were the most abundant, and they form a branching interwoven framework in organs. Ground substance fills the space between cells and surrounds fibers. Again, depending on the type of connective tissue, is going to be how dense or not dense that ground substance is going to be. Clear, colorless, and has the consistency of serum. Anybody ever have one of those nasty sunburns that like actually causes big blisters? Not like the little, but the big blisters, and then like your body just like pops and then it oozes? That's what it's oozing, because all that tissue is damaged and it's pushing all of that out. Typically at that point, it's no longer clear or colorless because it is damaged at that point, and it usually has a yellow to brown tinge in nature from all of the dead tissue. The connective tissue is going to be categorized by loose or dense, and it's based off the proportion of cells and fibers within that substance. For loose connective tissue, also known as areolar tissue, fills space between organs. That's its main purpose. Provides cushioning and also supports epithelial layers within the body. Anchors blood vessels and nerves within that network. Stores lipids, provides a route for diffusion, and contains an extensive blood supply. That is on page
111.
111. Adipose tissue is also a loose connective tissue that contains mostly fat cells, helps with padding and shock absorption, helps slow heat loss down, and obviously is a big storage of energy. So us bigger guys are just waiting for the apocalypse, so we have all that stored energy. And we're good. You need that slide? Huh? Frequently located, obviously, underneath the skin. And then, obviously, it's a big area, it's widely concentrated, the pericardium, peritoneal cavities. Then you have dense connective tissue that consists mainly of collagen fibers. These collagen fibers can be referred to as fibrous or collagenous tissue. Out of those dense connective tissues, there's two different types, regular and irregular.
Scott County EMS, what's the 147 Creek Park,
We're just,
Kelly Tree.
you can see on this cross section that is on page 113, all of these cells are very tightly packed. They're parallel, tightly packed, and aligned with applied force. Biggest thing that you're going to take out of this slide are your tendons and ligaments. Tendons go muscle to bone, and ligaments are bone to bone.
You're welcome.
Dense irregular connective tissue is a meshwork of collagen fibers that provide support. They're subjected to different stress depending on where it's located, and it helps give skin strength. You have fluid connective tissue, blood and lymph, like we stated about a half hour ago. Distinctive collection of cells in a fluid matrix. Those proteins in that matrix do not form large insoluble fibers. In blood, that matrix is referred to as plasma. In lymph, it's just lymph. Anybody know how much percentage of blood, in blood, how much is the percentage of plasma? Huh?
I'm guessing 33.
Roughly 45 to 55% of your blood is plasma. Blood, obviously, contains red blood cells that assist in transporting oxygen, and they account for half the volume of the blood. You have white blood cells that are also contained in the blood, but they are in response on the immune system side, the phagocytosis side. And then you have platelets that are small fragments that help assist with blood clotting in conjunction with fibrin and a couple other things. Sure, we'll get into. So, red blood cells, white blood cells, platelets, and blood. Extracellular fluid composed of plasma, lymph, and interstitial fluid. And in your plasma, it should be confined to the blood vessels and kept in constant motion. Plasma is kind of, thick is the wrong word, sticky in and of itself. it's not kept in constant motion, it makes it harder for stuff to circulate or be filtered. But again, the plasma in and of itself is part of the actual blood. Obviously, if you've ever donated blood, they can separate it, you can donate plasma, you can do all of that stuff. And obviously, when we're dealing with the blood, we can't be like, hey, the plasma and the blood is separated. Interstitial fluid surrounds the body's cells and contains water and small solutes filtered through the capillaries. Again, depending on what is moving, we're dealing with osmosis or diffusion for that balance. Osmosis is the movement of
Water.
correct. And diffusion is the movement of solutes. Lymph is formed as interstitial fluid until it enters the lymphatic vessels. It eventually returns to the cardiovascular system. It'll get filtered through that way, whether it's through your liver, your kidneys, or whatever it needs to be filtered through. Monitored by the immune system for signs of an injury or infection. So while it has its own lymphatic circulatory system, it eventually gets filtered out through the main circulatory system. Supporting connective tissue consists of cartilage and bone. Obviously, it provides the support to the body and contains deposits of insoluble calcium salts. Cartilage is a firm gel embedded with fibers. Avascular, again, meaning without blood supply. Chondrocytes are the only cells within that matrix. Don't know what a chondrocyte is? It obtains nutrients and elements and waste through diffusion, produces a chemical that discharges the formation of blood vessels so the blood vessels itself surround the cartilage, but there's none that are actually embedded in cartilage. They live in a small pocket. Lacunae. That cartilage contains an intercellular layer and an outer fibrous layer.
assist by Paramedic case officer, correct party. Paramedic,
You have three types:
chief.
Island, elastic, and fibro. Is this someone's unattended TSA back here?
Yeah.
Make sure everyone won't set me up. Hyaline is the most common type, contains closely packed collagen fibers. It's tough, somewhat flexible. Wouldn't call it hyper elastic. Connects ribs to the sternum, helps support passageways of the respiratory tract, covers opposing bone surfaces within joints. So how would it support conducting passages of the respiratory tract? Those rings that we feel? Yeah. So our esophagus is obviously has no doesn't have cartilage rings to keep it open because it only needs to be open during certain things, right? However, even our lungs don't fully deflate, right? So we can't be dependent on our respiratory tract to have to constantly open and close. So those cartilage rings keep it open so air can free flow through it and be less restricted. Like again, even in our lungs, when we breathe out, they're not fully inflated. That's a PEEP. We have natural PEEP in our body that keeps them inflated. Otherwise, gas exchange would never occur. That's like when you push down when we get into intubation, when we feel for those cricoid rings and those cartilages, that's mainly made up of hyaline cartilage. It's flex. You can still crush it. You can still move it, but it's still rigid enough to keep the tissue open. But you can, in fact, snap that cartilage. Elastic cartilage contains elastic fibers, resilient and flexible. Your ear. Right there. Your epiglottis, which is found where? Where your trachea and esophagus split. Fiber cartilage, mainly dominated by collagen fibers, absorbs shock well, prevents damage on bone-to-bone contact. I feel like resists compression is a bit of a stretch, but it does fairly well. Someone who has had 2 full knee replacements, I can say in confidence that it does not resist compression. It lies between the vertebrae, between pubic bones, and around joints and tendons. This is mainly the cartilage that people think about when people just refer to cartilage in general. It's that cushion, if you will, between most bones and joints. It provides structure, but still has some mobility. The reason that I say that it resists compression is because when people have disc issues in their spine, guess what it is? Yeah, so resist is kind of a strong word. Bone, also known as osseous tissue, very small to no ground substance matrix, or fluid ground substance matrix. They're hard calcium deposits with some collagen fibers. Obviously there has to be, while we can't sit there and bend a femur over our knee like we can like a green stick or something, right? There still has to be some sort of flexibility to it, because if not, any type of tertiary tension would cause these bones to snap. But again, resistant to shattering, I feel like is a stretch, but they are in fact, should be strong.
It's relative.
Yeah. I mean, by Nancy Kerrigan your bone, it's probably gonna shatter. But normal walking shouldn't. Lacunae within the matrix contains bone cells or osteocytes. Surrounds those blood vessels. Those osteocytes are responsible for obtaining nutrients through the extensions from the osteocells and extend through a branching network referred to as that canaliculi, or whatever that word is. I can never pronounce it. Should be probably a diagram somewhere in your book, is there? Canaliculi. What is it?
116.
116 will have a diagram for your reference. Bone is surrounded by a periosteum, except in joint cavities. That periosteum is made up of a fibrous outer layer and a cellular inner layer. I assume that diagram will also be on page 116, or it should be, or somewhere close to it. Okay. So bone surrounded by periosteum, fibrous outer, cellular inner. Constantly remodeled, regenerative, and complete repairs made even after severe damage. So that's the whole thing. If we snap a bone in half, what happens? We cast it, we splint it, we put pins in it, we put rods in it, or whatever, for that actual bone, those osteocytes and those osteoblasts and those osteoclasts, all three of those things to fix the injury. It's going to do its own work. Now, we have to keep it in place, and obviously it makes it very difficult if my femur snapped in half to continually walking on it without some type of support. But we put those rods and pins and casts on to keep it in place so all of those cells can function to repair all of the damage. Now, does it get it back perfect? Most of the time, no, but it's operational. There's that, should be another one. There's that example of fibrous, or that periosteum where it's got the two layers. It's almost like if you've ever dealt with any type of deer meat or ribs or anything that's silver skinned. That's on the tissue, it's almost like the same thing on the bone, just a little thicker. we need a break or keep going through? Break? Okay, we'll take a very short break, 5 minutes. If you want to reach out to Thermometer Chief, let me know we're on this and see if any of his members
Fresh
are
out the monster and
I'd say we can take those two.
I typically don't eat much if I do at least like a light with a salad or something like that. And then I'll eat dinner with Boswell.
Reach out to, unless you got Joe's number or shit, Tyler can reach out to Joe if you need it, or Chief Richie. See what they're doing.
No. Allie's covering for me right now.
Does anybody have, oh, there's like a flyer that they How many of you brought your own lunch? Can't acknowledge it. For those of you that did not, or even if you did, is anybody opposed to pizza so we can power through this? You have to eat like some bean sprout and we need to get through as much of this as we can, so I will purchase pizza for the class if we can agree to eat and power through this.
I'm good. Yes, I love free lunch.
Very loose.
I'm so down. It's actually gonna be charged to your.
It's actually being tacked on at the end, so those of you that are fully paid off, you're only $12. I'll give you my card, right? You'll call them for me. We should stay still till you're done. Do you think 6 is enough, or do I need more than 6?
I hope that'll be enough. There's
I don't know how some of you people eat.
15 of us in here.
It's 2 people per pizza plus an extra. Pepperoni and like, and then just like cheese okay, or do I need to have some like special gluten-free crust or something like that? Is pepperoni good? Does anybody not eat meat? Huh? Can we do a sausage for the difficult color? Stand by. You know pepperoni is technically sausage. Is everybody in here? Who's that? Nice. Does anybody have like, can we do? Okay, cool. Is pepperoni good with everybody except for him?
What's
We
he
want
like?
cheese, sausage.
Oh, I'm team cheese.
Okay. Who wants cheese besides these two? Who wants sausage besides him? Okay, so you guys can have your own sausage pizza. J-Town people. You can have your cheese, so. 4 pepperoni, 1 cheese, 1 sausage. Get those XL pizzas if you can. All right. Hey, will you order like a random selection of 2 liters as well? Thank you. All right. Are you eating anything else? Oreo bites?
Breadsticks
Breadsticks,
would be good.
yeah.
Breadsticks.
You're bitching later that why'd you spend $120? Is it what?
Is it on the fucking bank account?
No, it's a coming out of my bank.
Okay.
SN25, you get 25% off.
Also, like 3 orders of the 10-inch
I love
cheese
you.
stick. SN25 gets you 25% off.
Garlic dipping?
I'm gonna go rub it in the gravel if you need dipping sauce. Getting free food, you're stretching my patience.
Sorry.
You offered the free food.
That's because I'm trying to
Get through this.
educate you.
Yeah.
Okay, I mean, I can just sit here and do this and we go through.
No, because when you did that the last time, it took me almost 2 hours to go through and freeze what I needed to freeze.
You
in
also
there.
don't need to rewrite the entire slide in shorthand. All right, membranes, there's 4 types. See, like this, we'd write membranes 4 types. And then those 4 words.
Thanks.
So why do you do that?
Yeah.
Do what?
She said,
What'd you
why
say?
don't you just go ahead and do that?
Yeah, go ahead. But you have to spell pipes correctly. There you go, you're doing good.
It's
No,
fine,
I
she's
was-
got an autocorrect on there, it's
I
fine.
was saying, like, why don't you do that?
Yeah, that'd be much easier, my hand's cracking
How
over.
about this? We can just make this a self-study minute class.
Oh.
Post the PowerPoints every week and just come in and test. Okay. Quit your bitching. Mucous membranes. Line cavities that communicate with the exterior. What would that be?
Digestive, respiratory.
Respiratory, mouth, nose, all of those things, right? Epithelial surface, keep them moist at all times. Connective tissue portion referred to as lamina propria. That is a word you will need to write down. Or highlight in your book. Sorry. When I'm having a stroke or that screen is pulsing.
It's really annoying.
I think it's because it's a wireless connection and I have a 50-foot lead in my office, but I'm just not coming through the ceiling, so Trevor's here today. Trevor, at some point I need to put you in the ceiling after class. Yeah, you're helping too, hyena.
Wasn't it Trevor that you put in the attic by himself in like 150 degrees?
When I ran my fiber cable, yeah. He's a little fella. He's also, there's a 12-inch subwoofer sitting in the ceiling across a support beam somewhere that he decided to throw up there because he didn't like the acoustics of the room when it was on the floor. So I bought a sub for back here, and then I came in the next day, I was like, where the fuck is my sub? He's like, it's in the ceiling. So then, like, they listen to music and watch games and stuff back here. Yeah, you can hear it at the old folks home over here. Since it's in the ceiling now, it just rattles off the metal. It's really great. Sounds good though. Yeah, for the neighbors. Trevor's the least. He's like the fuck everybody else mentality. If it benefits me, I don't care what happens to everybody else. And he does not care about those old people.
They can't hear anyways.
They called the police night 1. He was back there. Luckily, we know that. Lined with simple epithelial that platform absorbative and secretory functions. Examples would be all of this right here. Simple columnar in the digestive tract, stratified squamch. So simple columnar means what? Single layer of the columnar tissue in the epithelial tract or the digestive tract, and those columnars have what on them?
Cilia.
Cilia or microvilli, right?
Yes.
Stratified squamous is going to be what? Multiple layers of that thin squamous tissue, that flattened tissue. And then you have transitional epithelial, like in the urinary tract. What does that do? Has the ability to stretch and have receptors in it to know when it needs to be, some sort of action needs to take place, correct? All right, I'm learning something, that's good. Serous membrane. line the sealed internal subdivisions of the ventral body cavity. Where is that? Remember your fish, these little fins.
Front.
This part of the body, correct? You have 3 serous membranes within that loose connective tissue. Actually, I saved $65. Cool. Still $160. Hour 7 pizza's $200.
The same way
Good
that
news, bad news. You save $60. Bad news is it's costing $116 with that code.
Thanks, Durbin.
116 or 160?
16.
That's really not bad for 7
You
pizzas.
pay for it.
And
Check out Little Caesars.
breadsticks.
Breadsticks and soda.
I'm also. Okay, sorry. Pleural line the pleural cavities and cover the lungs. The peritoneum lines the peritoneal cavity and covers the surface of the enclosed organs. And then you have your pericardium, that's your pericardial cavity and covers the heart. Parietal and visceral portions are in close contact. Again, those, so what's the parietal and visceral linings? Visceral covers the what? Of the what? The organs, right? Remember visceral and viscerate, that's how I equate the two. It's going to be the lining on the organ. Your parietal is the lining of the cavity or the wall or whatever it's going to be up against, right? Those two are still in close contact, so they have that goop between them that reduces friction, right? And then when not, like we were talking about last class, if that media dries out, goes away, not produced, that surfactant isn't there, you can get something like pleurisy or things on those linings from them running together. But just because again, lungs is just the easiest thing to use. If we all breathe out, our lungs are still very much so inflated. It's not like there's a 3-inch gap between our lungs and our ventral wall right there. So you still have that surfactant touching and those linings touching. Primary function of the serous membrane is to minimize friction between the parietal and visceral surfaces. It's formed by fluid diffusing from underlying tissues. Cutaneous membranes, again, consist of stratified squamous epithelium and underlying dense connective tissues. So in reference to, let's just say, our body in general, what do we think our loose and dense connective tissues are going to be? Like, let's just take our arm, for instance. Everybody's got an arm in here, so that's good. We can all use this as an example. Our epithelium is going to be what? The skin itself, right? You have that 6 to 9 layers of skin depending on where it's at in your body. Your loose connective tissue is going to be what? How much was it? Loose connective tissue. Subdermal, subcutaneous, that thin or thick, depending again where it's at, using our arm, that thin fatty layer that's there, that helps that skin bind to what? Muscles that are underneath, right? So that kind of puts in perspective what those layers are going to be. Synovial membranes consist of loose connective tissue and an incomplete layer of epithelial tissue. There should be an example of this on page 117. Has everybody heard the term synovial joint? So you have that fluid and that thin, incomplete layer of tissue that causes, that encapsulates that joint area. You have a fibrous capsule around the joint that allows that free movement of the joint and the fluid. So think of it almost like it's under pressure, almost like hydraulic fluid. When a piston moves in and out of something, that fluid moves where it needs to go to give the mobility and the pressure where it needs to go. And that joint cavity is lined by a synovial membrane. What do we think? What do we think about that membrane? Do we think it's permeable, semi-permeable, non-permeable? Non-permeable, right? Because that is a specific type of fluid that's made up in there. Both ends are covered by hyaline cartilage, which is what? The most what type of cartilage in the body? Common. Separated by that synovial fluid. That synovial fluid is responsible for lubricating that joint and permits that smooth movement. Now, if you have a breakdown in cartilage or a breakdown in that joint or that fluid or a rupture of that joint, what happens? The fluid leaks out and then you have that grinding or that catching or that unpleasant movement of joints. Correct. Sometimes that fluid, depending on what it's been exposed to, can become stenotic, almost like you've seen fighters with that cauliflower ear, right? This is kind of this fluid in here and it's a cartilage. You bust that open, the blood vessels that surround that area where the skin and everything else rupture. Well, with that being avascular, what happens? All that becomes stagnified and it has the potential to become firm. The same thing can happen in those joints, just on the typically a much smaller scale. Your whole joint's not locking up, you know, you can't move, but it's the same concept. Muscle tissue. Specialized for contraction, this part sucks. Just not that the other parts that we've known for the last 3 hours haven't, but this can be very confusing. So you need to know, I'm going to just, you can, if you choose to write down these slides, that's fine. I'm just going to go over some hot topics that you need to know. We'll cover the slides, what I feel is necessary. It doesn't mean don't read, but there's some stuff on here we can probably just put on the back burner. You need to know the difference between myosin and actin filaments. And how they're arranged within muscle tissue. So you have three types of muscle tissue: skeletal, cardiac, and smooth. Skeletal muscle tissue contains very large, multinucleated cells. So what does that mean? Thank you. The cells are long and slender, and they're typically just referred to as muscle fibers or muscle tissue. Usually the skeletal is dropped. What would an example of a muscle tissue be?
Bicep.
Yep.
thing?
Any non-organ muscle that helps with support or movement.
Just start from here. Related to this.
Incapable of dividing. New muscles, those new muscle fibers are only replicated through stem cell division. If there's not a complete divide or destruction of the cell, depending on where it's at in reference to those nuclei, they can repair themselves after injury.
Will you give an ETA on when it'll be here? Or do you have to go get it? So half hour?
Again, actin and myosin are arranged in organized patterns. Appears to be marked as bands known by striations. You need to know that. Right there. And typically only contract when stimulated by nerves. Most of the time, these are under voluntary control, except in certain medical conditions. What would an example of that be?
Parkinson's?
Huh?
Like Parkinson's, where they like shake?
That's one. What else? Common that we run on these.
Seizures?
MS is one.
Seizures. When you have that nerve impulse, but it's not voluntary because you have that synaptic reactor impulses from your brain that's sending into the muscles, that's an involuntary control, but those muscles can be the ones that are contracting and being stimulated under involuntary control. But when they are voluntary, they are described as striated voluntary muscle. You can see this is a real cross-section under a slide of how striated and long these are, and they have these discs in between. You can see they have multinuclei in them. These are your striations, those marks there, but this is one continuous fiber. This way. And this way. Cardiac muscle, only found where? Yay. Cells are much smaller than skeletal muscle fibers. They are striated. The difference between these, between the skeletal muscle, is that these contain only one nuclei per muscle or fiber string. 38. In cardiac muscle, they are connected at intercalated discs that are specialized junctions, specialized gap junctions, and desmosomes. What are desmosomes? Huh?
We went over it like 2 hours ago. What are they? We ain't moving off the slide for some of these minutes. Be in your best interest.
It's a junction.
Plasma membrane.
Cells locked together with intercellular cement.
Okay, and with those gap junctions, what are they going to do? What do those gap junctions do?
Let small molecules out.
And what have I been referencing in cardiac muscle the entire time? Correct. It's allowing those certain things to move out at those certain sites, and then those, depending on how those are connected together, or what type of contraction we'll have. Those cells branch to form a network, obviously like every other muscle, and they conduct when force and stimulus for contraction. So the one thing about heart muscle, does anybody know what it does for itself? So when we, like, for me to give you a thumbs up, or the bird, or whatever, right? I have to have a nerve impulse that says, hey, Q, right? What does my heart do by itself? It's got its own electrical activity and its own nerve center that has the automaticity of it, right? It creates its own energy and its own nerve impulses. Limited ability to self-repair. Once it's dead, but if it's damaged, depending on how far the damage it can be, it can repair itself. Problem with cardiac muscle, out of all the times you would want some stem cells, your cardiac muscle has 0. Like, I'd much rather my heart regenerate than my thumb muscle, but here we are, right? Some of those cells can divide, but most of them do not regenerate. Does not rely on nerve activity to start a contraction. You have one main pacemaker cell in the heart with, in theory, 4 backup pacemakers of the heart. But after the first 2, you're kind of hooked after that, and we're in just survival mode. So you've got your SA node, which is your primary pacemaker of the heart. You have your AV node, which is your secondary backup of the heart. And you have your bundle, your Purkinje fibers, and then they go down from there. You can function off of your SA and your AV, and have a normal non-cardiac history. I mean, you'll still have cardiac history with the AV, but nothing that you don't need to get any implementations or anything like that. Once you get down to the bundle and the Purkinjes, you're getting a pacemaker, or you're getting something to help. Depending on where damage is, you can even end up with the old LVAD. Referred to as striated involuntary muscle. Again, do we control here and have to think? Please beat. No, we'd all fucking be dead. Like, if we had to think of beat. Like, that's just something that thankfully happens on its own. That is on page 119. You can see the branch. We've got the one nucleus per striation, even when they branch. You have those discs that cause them to connect, or where they connect, the striations connect. Smooth muscle is found in 3 areas: hollow organs, certain organ systems, and the walls of blood vessels. In smooth muscle, the cells are small and slender, and they taper to a point at each end. Much like the cardiac muscle, 1 nuclei per striation, per muscle strand, and the filaments are scattered throughout the cytoplasm. There's no striations. Sorry, going the wrong way. They don't have these compacted striations to keep them in place per strand. They're just a small, smooth, continuous strand without that support, if you will. These cells can divide and regenerate after injury. Again, not dumb that our heart can't, but everything else can. Here we are. Contractions occur on their own. They can be triggered by neutral or nervous system activity, but the nervous system does not provide voluntary control over the contraction. So where's a place that we find smooth muscle that it just does its own thing?
Digestive tract?
Digestive system, right? It just sits there and pushes it along the way, absorbs, it moves, it does its own thing, and we don't have to sit here and be like, move it. These are known as non-striated involuntary muscles. You can see these are kind of like you took a pancake and then you injected some filling in the middle. It's going to be thicker in the middle and they taper down on each end, and that's just how they're stacked. And what that allows is them to offset and stretch, move both directions, and kind of stretch vertically and horizontally as needed. Neural tissue. Specialized for conducting electrical impulses through the body, concentrated in the brain and spinal cord, which are the control centers for your nervous system. How many parts of the nervous system do we have? We went over day one. 2. You have what? Which is called your what? Your brain and spinal cord are part of what? Huh?
Central nervous system?
Axial.
Oh, axial and appendicular?
Remember? And then you have your what? Appendicular nervous system, which are all of the tertiary nerves throughout your body. You have 2 basic cell types. Neurons are the main ones. Neuraglia are your supporting cells that help carry out the message. Neurons, conscious and unconscious thought process and reflect for neural communication. They communicate through, obviously, electrical impulses that affect cell membranes. Some of these are involuntary, some of these are voluntary, some of them you have to think about, some of them you don't. If we all had to sit here and remember to breathe and our heartbeat, we would all be dead. Neuraglia provide physical support for neural tissue, and they help maintain a certain equilibrium in the chemical composition of those tissues. It's kind of like its own, in lack of better terms, it's its own lymph and circulatory system for the neural system, the neural tissue. Neurons are the longest cells in the body. They have a limited ability to repair after injury, much like your heart, nor can your brain, so those are super handy. And they cannot divide under normal circumstances. Again, they can't divide, they can't regenerate, right? So, much like the heart, once your brain tissue dies, it's dead. If it's damaged and it's not dead, it can attempt to repair itself, but it may not be back to full function. So this is where, again, Crash Course and Khan Academy are going to come into help if you do not understand this. So this is a neuron. You have the cell body, which is the head, if you will. It has its own nucleus within the neuron. You have this long tail, which is called an axon, and then you have synaptic terminals on each end. Those synaptic terminals are where the impulses convert and continue to transition the signal. At some point, you'll get to an end synaptic terminal or clef in which the electrical impulse stops and carries out whatever it's supposed to do. These here are called dendrites, and they're what these synaptic terminals, for lack of a better term, will connect to as they continue down the way. There's whatever is like 10 times more than a trillion amount of those within your body.
Joe Biden's probably got a word for it,
But I don't. The dendrites receive information. So these things here receive the information. Your axon, or that tail, is what carries it to the other cells. And as you can see by this picture, this one can connect to, 3 or 4, and then that one will connect to 3 or 4 more, and it spreads out like a network. Axons are also called nerve fibers. They're the long tail, if you will, and they end at synaptic terminals where communication occurs. Again, so that communication is either going to connect to other dendrites or connect to muscle tissue, whatever it needs to do to carry out whatever impulse that it sends. Any questions? We're like 15 minutes away from food being here, so we're just going to power through till food gets here. Sorry. Tissues must respond to injury in a coordinated manner to maintain homeostasis. Obviously, we should know that. It is controlled at the tissue level. You have 2 processes that take place that happen simultaneously, and part of them overlap with each other. You have inflammation, which is your body's what response? Initial response to damage or infection, right? It comes here, your body inflames that is your body's response, is the inflammation. Regeneration is what? Repairing any of the damaged tissue or cells that may be there. Inflammation or inflammatory repair, so again, you can have a response without having regeneration depending on what the issue is. You can have inflammation or inflammatory repair. It's isolated from healthy tissue. The damaged cells and all of that area are cleaned up because the swelling or the inflammation produces that warmth, that redness, and that pain. And that's why when we have, if we get a splinter or something like that, whilst the tissue of which the splinter entered has to be repaired, most times the inflammatory repair is just caused by that small redness and pain, and that's just the cells doing themselves. infection, impaction, abrasion, chemical irritation, or extreme temperatures. That's when you can get an inflammatory response. Again, you can have, if we sprain an ankle, what happens? Our ankle swells up, super painful to move, warm to the touch. That's that inflammatory response. Stimulates mast cells, which mast cells are what? They're the tattletales. They're the ones that go, hey, we need more here, come here. Let's fuck them up. They snitching, right? They release chemicals that cause blood vessels to dilate and increase permeability. They have that histamine response or that hormonal response, depending on what's going on for the body in that specified area. You have a histamine response and a heparin response. Or can.
So is that different depending on the type
Of injury?
Injury that causes inflammation? So there's no histamine response with like, you get hit with a baseball and it swells up?
You're still going to have that histamine response, yeah. It's just, you're not going to have equal responses from both parties depending on what the injury. You're going to have both on everything. It's just at what level are you going to have what. If there's not a whole lot of tissue damage, like if you sprain something, right, that's usually a tendon or a ligament or something that is avascular. There's still vasculature around it, right? But there's not a whole lot of heparin response because heparin does what? During the dilation process, it helps what?
Causes you to bleed or?
It helps with the blood flow, right? You get that response there so the blood can come and, because blood, well, and this is kind of the confusing part. If we give heparin in a stroke, what are we trying to do? Break up a clot or inhibit any more formulation from that, right? So when we're dealing with, you have to remember, this is an internal injury. Any type of inflammatory response is initially an internal injury. So when we get a heparin response, you're going to have that vascular dilation, and what are we wanting to do? We're trying to prevent platelet aggregation from clotting that area off, if you will, for lack of better terms, to get the blood flow there, to get more mast cells, more phagocytes, more whatever red blood cells to carry oxygen, whatever that area is needing, is trying to get an unlimited supply of blood flow there.
So is the Tylenol or ibuprofen you take or ice, is that to counteract the heparin response you're getting?
It could be it depends again on the injury, it could be to counteract the, on bruising, yes, like ice would be there on bruising to counteract the histamine or the heparin response, right? But then you can have that histamine response that there's certain chemicals that are going to say, hey, we need to do this from this part of the body or this part of the body, or what do we need here? It just, again, it's very injury specific. But then we're given ice, huh?
I'm getting confused because like you take antihistamines for like allergies and stuff, and I get what that does, but when you're hurt and you take like ibuprofen or whatever, how is that messing with the histamine response?
What? The ibuprofen?
Yeah, or the...
So let's talk about the properties of ibuprofen or Tylenol. What are you trying to do there?
You're trying to reduce swelling in an area.
Transfer the water to body art. If you're a female, also clinical status.
Fucking nursing homes are all altered.
They're more altered.
That place is a shit show.
That unit transfer the water to body art. If you're a female, dental status, regardless.
Okay, so if you take ibuprofen, or we can give Toradol, or you can give certain pain medications, right? It depends on what we're trying to do. Some of it is like was stated, for pain, right? Some of it is going to be to reduce that inflammatory response. Just because like if we're thinking about, we as people, right, let's just continue to use a sprained ankle as a mechanism of injury, if we will. Sprained ankle is a closed injury, we don't have to worry about bleeding or any of that stuff. What happens when we sprain something? Our body's initial response is to swell, cause inflammation and all of that, but what does that do to my joint now? It makes it super stiff and super sore, right? So we as people take it as a mobility aspect of things, not as we're taking it to help the process in which is going on in our body. It's actually counteracting what we're doing half the time. We're taking it for our pleasure, not the injury's pleasure. Now, with that being said, there's times typically, especially in children and with Tylenol, we're using that to either assist or inhibit. We're not stopping the response, we're slowing the effects of the response, right? Because a lot of times that you'll get an inflammatory response, you're having dilation in the certain area that's going to cause constriction, it can cause restriction or constriction systemically, right? We're saying, hey, I need more blood in this area. Can your body just say, I need an extra liter, let's get it going, right? No, it can't do that. So it's going to say, hey, I'm going to constrict here or down, wherever my injury is going to be. Well, when it's circulating those certain hormones and histamines, that's going to systemically trigger a response that can cause that fever, right? Because it's saying, hey, we have an infection, when it might be localized, but your body's not going to be like, only raise the temperature in my ankle. It doesn't have that ability, right? So you have a systemic response. Now, does that mean by lowering the fever that we're reducing the body's ability to combat that? No, because the heat isn't what's fighting the infection most of the time. It's all the mast cells and the phagocytes and the response that your body's giving. But the fever is a byproduct of your body's reaction to that. You get what I'm saying? So your body's still going to do what it needs to do, but there's still, even on a localized injury, there can be a systemic response. And half the time that we take pain medications or anti-inflammatories, it's not to help the injury. It's so I can still perform, produce, or do my own thing. Because if I sprain my ankles, the last thing I'm going to want to do is move. But I can't be like, sorry commissioners, I can't work today, I twisted my ankle.
The way it was explained to me was anti-inflammatories are basically there to control the process from getting out of control.
Correct. And I mean, because your body, and everybody here is in a different health factor, if you will, right? And I will say that at times, yes, an anti-inflammatory, because there's sometimes you can get too much of a response, and then that again can cause a systemic issue called sepsis, right? Because this continues to go, it gets out of that cyclic cycle and just continues to spread. Now your whole balance is off. So you can either do it to either A, help regulate your body's ability to do that, because now it's fighting against itself while fighting this, and it doesn't allow it to go widespread, or it's for our ease of movement and ability to perform. Sometimes taking medication, that's why people go to Mexico. I used to cruise a couple times a year, right? And people go to Mexico and just load up on antibiotics, right? And every time they get sick, they pop an antibiotic. What does that do long term? Builds up immunity and makes your body no longer able to combat certain things like it would, and can cause it to be worse. Same concept. Same people that take antibiotics for viral infections. You do you, boo-boo. Right? So, what was that? Is that you? Yeah. Okay. You good? I just want to make sure we're not that TSA bag back there. Your body, that's why your body has different responses. So again, increased blood flow causes redness and warmth. That diffusion of plasma creates swelling. Abnormal tissue conditions and chemicals stimulate sensory and nerve endings. It can say, hey, this hurts. Hey, we need certain things here. We need certain chemo responses. We need certain whatever it needs, more blood flow. your body is going to tell itself what it needs to go to that area. Each injury is going to react in a different way. There's not this universal 3 parts histamine, 1 part heparin type response that your body's going to have. With that inflammatory response, that increased blood flow results in delivery of nutrients, oxygen, again, phagocytes to that area, blood clotting proteins. Again, sometimes you don't want blood clots to happen, but that is the body's defense mechanism, is to say, hey, this hurts, stop this, right? But sometimes you don't want that, and that's where you'll get with that, heparin response, or those anti-inflammatories, or those anti-platelet aggregates and things like that. Then obviously with that, with the dilation, it's going to speed up the removal of waste and toxins, because again, your vasculature is opened up. It's like anybody that knows the fire side of things, 2.5 is going to pump more water than 1.5 inches. It's just volume and time. Regeneration, damaged tissues are replaced or repaired. Normal functions can be restored. Again, fibroblasts are that dense network of fibers. You can get scar tissue or fibrous tissue. Sometimes, depending on how deep that is, sometimes those scars are going to be permanent. Sometimes they'll be, could last a week, could last a year, because those layers of skin, depending on how deep it goes, you might extend past the ability for the stem cells to regenerate. You'll kind of have, under a microscope or whatever, you're going to have almost a V in your skin. While you might not see that there, that's all that collagen and all that fiber is contained such a dense network that the skin can't power through it. You've got simple squamous tissue trying to pull out or push out collagen and fibers and proteins that it's just going to build around it, and that's going to become permanent. That's how scars happen. Those are the tissues that regenerate well: smooth epithelial and connective tissues that are not cartilage. Tissues that regenerate poorly, other muscle tissue, and obviously neural tissue. Again, can't be regenerated. Same thing with cardiac muscle, can't be regenerated. What is that? Like a dirt scooter. Fibrosis is the replacement of normal tissue with fibrous connective tissue. Occurs in response to an injury, disease, or just aging. An example would be damaged cardiac muscle. Since it can't regenerate itself, it's just going to become stiff, it's going to lose its automaticity, so it's not going to be able to carry out those electrical impulses, and it just becomes, again, almost stenotic. Tissues and aging. I'm going to let you, those are shown to be like a page in your book. I'm going to let you go over the aging part by yourself, because there's not a whole lot that I can add to that. Where's my mess?
Still a little better than what we did.
This one always has some cool pictures in it.
The first 4 chapters are
It gets better, then it gets worse again.
what's the worst?
So
Yeah.
there's parts of A&P that are like I truly enjoy, and then there's parts of this that it's like, okay, you need to understand it, but then do I give two shits about connective tissue regenerative repair when I'm treating a patient? Not one bit. But you need to understand how organs and organs work. So, there was some of this in the last class I left out. I was like, I'll limit what's on the test. I'm gonna put a couple things on it. But this is gonna benefit us long term, exactly zero. So, again, there's certain, the meta, to me, like, these chapters suck. Like, especially this one about the skin. Like, no one gives two shits whether it's squamous, stratified squamous, and like, we don't care. But the metabolic side of things and the Krebs cycle, acid-base balance, all that stuff's hyper important. So it's just kind of an exchange. Well, we'll take 5 real quick. I'm gonna go see where the food's at. It's not here.
She's right there in there.
All right. So after you pee, we'll put the pizza back here, and we can form a conga line next to the TSA bag and food, and we'll continue on.
You get the option.
We can, all of our firefighters are EMS.
You have the same thing,
No.
so you get
You would lose money if you went over the fire side.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, so we get paid way more than firefighters.
I bet they don't like that.
They really can't say much.
'Cause they don't do
really
anything. Oh, yeah, that's
But they're all EMTs.
par,
At base level.
that's par for the course.
So like firefighters in our department each used to be advanced EMTs or paramedics. And if they're paramedics, they get pay.
So they
Could be a
can
mix.
do both.
They can do both. We can't. For some reason. But they can drive the ambulance too. So they can pick up overtime on the ambulance. We can't pick up overtime on the firefighters. Plus firefighter.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to do that for less pay. I would do it for the same pay.
We recently had two
You'll grab,
people
you grab a
go
couple
over to the
paper
fire
plates
side.
in the front,
One of them came
and
back.
stack of solo
Because
cups.
she decided that it just wasn't for her. And the other guy is still going through it. He's mostly because he's older.
There's
He can stay
sausage.
longer if he's a firefighter.
There's your
versus a-
cheese. Those are breadsticks, not cheese sticks. That's okay.
I don't mind firefighting. I just don't like ladders, generally speaking.
12 years when I can go back to that.
If you're ready, you can, well, there's some plates there. I'm getting some cups and other plates.
It's not like a plan.
Eat the score. What the fuck are you guys burning? Huh? It smells like something straight up burning. It's burning your feet. Huh? You?
You're probably the first one to eat.
Huh?
Did you ready yet?
Yeah. I'm still trying to recover from riding a bike for 16 hours.
Hopefully that's pretty good.
I did, it was all overtime, but.
Use a glass plate, please don't break it, either.
The ice is perfected.
No.
Okay.
You need ice with your There's a whole bag of ice. Real hard.
Not very good at twisting papers.
Is the fridge not working now?
Huh?
The ice in the fridge not working now?
It's not took the water back here. There you go. You wanted it. There's ice. You got this one.
It might be, it's fine.
I mean,
Pepperoni pizza.
Sorry. I myself. It looks so boring. It's funny.
That's fine, I'll go, that's what it's whatever.
I guess you could be here.
one thing I miss about LMPD is we would,
It's better than what you
sneak
said.
over to first division and meet Skeletal.
It's okay, it's okay.
They were good coaches down there.
Watching all of them, like, oh, yeah.
Casey was really studying all this shit.
If I don't make myself a thing. If I don't make myself look at it.
You gotta eat at Jason's Deli a lot.
No, I'm moving forward.
Pepperoni pizza, good.
The pepperonis are different.
Yeah.
I know where it is. It's the special cup.
Just the pepperoni ones, or whatever they're called.
I do have Tom's in case anyone needs them after.
Huh?
So I have Tom's in case anyone needs them after that, because let me tell you, it's not two different types of sheets.
I'm not having a fun one. I'm pretty simple, really like.
One better than the original.
Jack's been really good for Papa John's.
It's not bad. I usually hate them. Huh? The Integumentary system.
Integumentary. It's peppery.
The one person in this class that should be eating is not eating. It's stressing me out. Huh?
Integumentary.
I'm assuming that second truck was under the first truck.
Huh? The second truck is in the first truck, and the third truck was in the second truck. It was like a human centipede. The first truck was stopped. Second truck was stopping. The third truck
Was not.
did not touch his brakes at all. And hit it at full speed, full gas, no change up, no nothing, just hit it. And then the first truck, or the third truck exploded. Ended up in the cab of the second truck, which caught that one on fire. The first truck got out, dropped his trailer because they were embedded in his trailer, got out, lowered his trailer, disconnected his cab, and fucking took off.
Did you like leave the scene?
No, I mean, he got away from the fucking inferno, which was smart.
Yeah. It's still shut down.
They're, like I said, they're talking about repaving the road before they open it back up. Because even when we had that explosion a month or two ago, that road's still fucked down there. And that thing didn't burn near as long as, this one was on fire for over an hour. Because there was a bunch of lithium batteries on those laptops and those just kept exploding.
How the hell did you make it to the helipad?
We didn't. Landed them on the interstate.
You shut northbound down?
Huh?
Did you shut the northbound down?
So. Then we almost got, the fire department almost took out a $15 million helicopter from Paul Assen up the interstate at Mach fucking Jesus.
Monroe?
Monroe was the second time. County Fire Department first time. About T-boned an ambulance, they were sitting sideways on the road to say, hey, do not pass go, do not collect $200. And they're like, oh, we'll just go on the shoulder.
That's obviously there for a fucking reason.
Yeah.
Yeah, they had 30 backed up all the way past Jackson County.
Still
Like
is, I'm sure.
at a standstill. That's what took me forever to get here.
There was a cluster last night.
How did you get the cab person out of the third truck?
Huh?
The person that flew, how did you get them out?
He got himself out. And then the one guy was, the first guy that died had already crawled out of his vehicle, but he was on fire as he was crawling. And he made it 25, 30 feet from his truck before he just burnt alive. The other guy was in pieces inside the cab. Like he was dead before he caught fire.
I feel bad for the people that saw that.
Yes.
All right, 5 minutes, we'll start lecture again when you guys eat.
Catherine just called me last time. I was like, hey, can you call us for the barbecue? I don't know if I said that. No.
Check those boxes for me that you agree to follow. Here you go, Tyler. Here you go.
Is Brent Perry still at Jackson County?
No. He quit a long time ago.
Bring that name up.
Your favorite person, what do you mean?
More his favorite too, but.
He is a truck driver now.
That's scary.
Did you see this, Tyler?
What?
That video of our vehicles linked?
Uh-huh.
I can't really sit here. What channel is it?
Like I'm in high school again. Crush, I love it.
All right, that's cool.
So
It does.
I'm not sure he wasn't there whenever I started that.
Cause Zach told me, he's like, I did something, all you gotta do is hit standby. I put you like code red or whatever.
Standby clears everything, except for your switch.
Yeah, I was like, cool. Well,
Breaking news this morning, Indiana's
did you? I'm still
We
waiting.
just posted 30 minutes ago, we still shut down for repairs.
Did you see them all? I'm waiting on the COVID.
If you have a glass plate, just put it on that table with the other one when you're done.
So you sent it all together?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll just have to go through it then. Because I printed off your center stuff, because everybody's but.
Thanks for the feedback.
Yes, sir.
What do you need to do with that?
I still need to get it done.
Yeah, I just spent 45 minutes with that guy.
Chief, I'll see if our reconstruction guy had to come out, and if he did, he'll have drone footage of you guys
Order
too.
thing about 3 times.
I know ISP sent theirs.
Hunter and Logan usually go with them because Tate is like the only one that does it unless they got someone from further up north.
The only, I can't go anywhere else besides this.
Was it the Sellersburg Post officers that responded? So it would have been Tate, and I guarantee Hunter went with him.
I'm pretty sure I can confirm that.
Yeah, it shows everything, your emails and verified.
I probably called it today, but it's like, for some reason, it's different.
Into the PDF, I don't know what you're, I know everybody else has got.
This one's not as long as this.
This one is only like 100 slides. So that's what I'm saying, we should get through this one. And then, but the next one is like, that's the wrong button. 317.
Okay.
Yeah, we're supposed to get through this 250, this 317, and this 100. Along with the 252 we just did.
I thought it was 4 chapters too.
It is. 1, 2, 3, plus the one we just did.
Oh, for some reason.
All right, we ready? Better be eating all your sausage pizza back here. If you want to like wow people, if you go get more food, I'm fine with that. Good.
I think so. I don't know.
You need me to board dash this from that monster?
No, I'll Casey dash one if I need one. Casey dash
This one's going out here probably a little bit for old folks.
8 the other day, plus.
He's feeding some, he's only had 2 monsters.
Wow.
I told
I've got a
him,
whole 12-pack in the truck. He said if I needed him.
I told him I'd door dash him another monster.
I'm still not eating lunch.
I think I'm grooming you to not eat it till Thursday, it's nice.
Paying more than what this ain't for.
So we can eat as a collective.
Yeah, that's how you know we're lazy Americans.
Alright. Your skin systems. You have a cutaneous membrane and accessory structures. Cutaneous membrane or skin, composed of superficial epithelium or epidermis. Then you have underlying connective tissues of the dermis. So when we think of the layers, like not the individual layers of skin, but looking at the system itself, how many layers do we have? You have your what?
Epidermis, dermis,
Hypodermis.
so, no,
Subcutaneous.
okay.
But they're embedded in the other ones. So you're like, so now when you look at the epidermis itself, you've got multiple layers within that epidermis, and the same thing on. But when you're looking at the system as a whole, you've got those main 3. Your accessory structures are your hair, your nails, and your exocrine glands. Those are those 3 layers, like we just discussed, your epidermis, dermis, I thought you said hypo, yeah, subcutaneous. So when we're doing certain medications and we go sub-Q, where are we going? Down into that fatty layer, right? If we're doing, we should, I don't know that we would do anything that's, unless we do a TB test. I don't think you're doing that in an emergency setting. Call us back in 3 days and we'll check to see if you've got TB. Again, they all attach to deeper structures, not usually considered part of that system. So there are your thicknesses on the scale, and you can see where everything resides within those layers. Five major functions. We should have covered these at some point or another so far. Main one is protection, excretion, secretion, reception, maintenance. Protection covers and protects underlying tissues and organs and prevents the body from fluid loss. Be real bad if you just walked around and stuff pouring out for no reason. Wouldn't last very long. Temperature maintenance regulates heat exchange with the environment. We can transfer heat all of those different ways.
So you were gonna need to know those?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We should know these, I'm not going over these. Synthesis and storage of nutrients. We synthesize vitamin D, which again a building block for hormones that adds calcium uptake. We store large reservoirs of this in our fatty tissue. Sensory reception, we can detect it through touch, pressure, pain, and temperature. And all of those are regulated, or the impulses are sent from our nervous system. Excretion and secretion, we have sweat glands, we've got specialized glands, well, some of us do. Let's see, watch, we are talkers, and then everybody's got nipples. We can excrete salts, water, and different wastes through our skin, our hair follicles. The epidermis consists, again, of stratified squamous epithelium of different layers and thicknesses. The thick skin on the palms of your hands and feet contain 5 layers. The rest of your body consists of 4. These are the 5 layers of skin from internal to external on your thick skin. We'll leave it on the slide momentarily. I'm sure these layers are on page 130 in your book. Everybody good from this one? We still need a second. We good? Okay. Here's a depiction of the thicknesses of those layers. From this layer here, this surface to where this actual epidermis starts, these are all of your less compacted skin flake layer, if you will. Or it could even be calluses.
Is the stratum germinativum, whatever, is that the same as the basally? Because the germinativum.
Those are where the stem cells reside, right on that base layer. I believe those are where it can be transposed, yes. It's
Okay,
the basalium layer.
It's basally in the book.
Okay.
Just to make sure.
Is it in your book, under that one, does it say that's where the stem cells reside and connect to the base layer, to the base membrane?
Yeah, it also
Yeah.
says it gives the other name too.
Okay. Yes. So again, up there, there's the other name for it. The deepest epidermal layer
They're firmly attached to the basement membrane by that zipper effect of the hemidesmosomes. And that basement membrane is what separates the epidermis and the dermis. But remember, they're still connected through those hemidesmosome connections. Otherwise, again, if they weren't connected, you could just literally grab your skin and move it away or put it where you wanted it, and then it would rip and you'd have a big problem. But there's some areas of your skin, obviously, that don't have as thick of a base layer or derm. Your venous is part of that. I mean, you can sit there and twist and you can move it a lot more free than you can move skin on your arm. The base layer is just less thick. There's less, because what is it up against there? A bone, right? So there's less dermal layer and less base layer for it to be there. So the less that you're going to have, the more free movement that there is. And again, you got to remember, that's a hinge joint, so there has to be that extra movement, if you will, so it doesn't tear. Going back to that picture, I think it was on 130, you can see your base membrane is not just like a pancake on top of the other. It's got the mountains and valleys. Those actually help with structural integrity, increases surface area of those peaks and valleys, which cause it to extend into that dermis. It increases the surface area for diffusion, because again, remember, your epidermis is avascular. So if we cut ourselves and we get no blood, that means that we've stated what part of the skin layer. Correct. If we draw blood, no matter how shallow it might look, you know that you have extended beyond that epidermal layer into the dural layer. Contours of the skin, surface follow the ridges and patterns of that dermal layer that extend up, and that is what actually creates your fingerprints. Again, they're the large stem cells. That's how they continue to regenerate and repopulate. Your skin falls off, if you will. And they will replace as needed, or should replace as needed. So those on page 130, that depiction there. That's not?
It's on 132.
Huh?
Is that 132?
132? Just so you can see the thickness of the layers that it's pointing to. Contains melanocytes. They're receptors that provide information about touching the skin. They synthesize melanin, which create the pigment of our skin, the color of our skin. So that is all, the color of our skin is all produced at the most internal layer of our skin, and that skin just pushes out. So we continue to do that. The intermediate strata, they're progressively displaced from the basilar layer. They become specialized to form protective outer layer. Those cells enter when your stem cells reproduce, those initial cells will then move up, and this happens through all the layers. Once they reproduce and move up, they'll continue to move up until they're shed out. They continue to have their own nuclei until they get out into, this surface layer here, where they become, at this point, they're dead.
Back.
Okay. spiny layer, spinosum. Cells divide and add thickness to the epithelium. And at the granulosum, they begin making keratin, which is essentially what are made of. Nails, hair, all of that stuff. So that's when it becomes very rigid or thick or there's less sensation in those thicker areas. Keratin, obviously durable, water resistant, coats the skin. Again, calluses, hair, nails are all forms of keratin. That's why you can take a needle, one of those weird skin shavers that people use on their feet or their hands, and you can take that callus off. It's a thick layer, there's no nerve endings or anything there. Obviously it's still avascular because it's a thick, compacted skin in those areas, that you can get those off without bleeding and there's no sensation there. Clear layer covers the granulosum, flattened and densely packed, filled with keratin. This is only found in the palms of your hand and the soles of your feet. This layer is only found in those two areas. Stratum corneum is your most superficial layer. It consists of 15 to 30 layers of flattened, dead epithelial cells. Large amounts of keratin here. They can be called corn or cornified skin. This is the stuff that sheds off. Cells are tightly connected by those desmosomes and generally shed in sheets or large groups. Now, that doesn't mean that you can just peel it off like it's, that clear cellophane that comes on your new phone and you just go, I want to replace my skin, but you're not having an individual cell fall off at that time. When you see a skin flake, that's hundreds and thousands of cells come off.
I know we went over the intermediate strata. Where is that in the layers?
So it's comprised of 3 different layers.
Okay, so the last 3 we just went over is the
middle 3 that we went over.
middle 3? Okay.
Above the granium and below that clear layer. Layers of your epidermis take 2 to 4 weeks for cells to progress through all of the layers. That is important to know. Your 2 to 3 weeks is typically your thin layered skin, or not your palms and soles of your feet, while that 3 to 4 week time frame is through the thicker layers. Cells are displaced from oxygen and nutrients. They get packed with keratin, they die, and they can remain on the surface 2 weeks before shedding. But again, what type of patients do we typically see skin flakes on? Besides older patients. Because they don't necessarily have to be old. They're the non-mobile patients, or they're the bedridden patients, or the people that rarely come in contact with things. you know, on our daily, we open doors, we move, it touches our clothes, we touch people, we touch other things. That skin is falling off all the time. So remember, next time one of your friends just brushes their finger against your lip for some weird reason, you have their skin flakes on your lip, right? But these people that are bed confined, they're not coming in contact with things for their skin to shed. That's why that stuff just continually sits there in packs. Their skin's still gonna regenerate, but when they're not doing anything to knock that skin off, it's just gonna sit there and compile, and that's where you typically see that. Skin color caused by an interaction between the pigmentation and the dermal blood supply. Again,
You can show your RPR.
with the waters.
Clear at heart.
For this whole person. Keratin and melanin is what create pigmentation. Those are the two pigments that we all have. Keratin is a orange or yellow pigment. Although T-Rum's got a lot of that. Accumulates in your epidermal cells, converted to vitamin A, which are required for the maintenance of your epithelial tissue. And they're found in orange-colored vegetables. Carrots, squashes, all of those things. Then you have your melanin, which is your brown, yellow-brown, or black pigment, produced by melanocytes, which again are right on that border of your base membrane and your basal, or your, what is it? Your stem cells, the granulomerular layer. Melanocytes are manufactured and store melanin within the intracellular vesicles. And as you can see in that depiction that is on page what? 135 in your book, those pigments transfer in to those squamous cells that they originate from. So just think of that as little food coloring banks, if you will, and those just continue to expend and leach out into the cells during reproduction. Activity increases with exposure to sunlight. That can be an example of freckles. You know, even darker complected people, while they don't tan, their pigmentation gets darker because those melanocytes become hyperactive. Melanin sunlight contains ultraviolet radiation, which stimulates the synthesis of vitamin D, prevents damage by absorbing those UV radiation, and that's why it is just difficult for darker complected people to get sunburned. Because what causes sunburn? The UV radiation, right? And if you've got those cells absorbing that UV radiation, it's not transferred into the squamous cells. Just blow it over. Now, too much UV radiation, which is radiation just like anything else, just at a less concentrated rate, can eventually cause skin cancer by damaging the stem cells and the melanocytes. Because where does cancer begin at? Which is at those stem cell reproduction sites, right? And when there's a deviation from normal cell reproduction, those cancer cells then begin to regenerate themselves and it continues to grow. Now, that's why skin cancer, if you think, what does our skin do that our organs don't do? Well, a lot of it reproduces, but what happens to our skin? It sheds off, right? So that's why typically skin cancer is very contained to a very small area, just because even when you have it, it's going to sit there and flake off. Eventually, over time, it's going to grow, but it's not, you don't wake up one day and fuck, like, where'd that come from, right? It just doesn't have the time before it dies and falls off. Our cells within our body, they're not going to do that. So once you have that manipulation from that cell regeneration, or those stem cells repopulating, it's going to sit there and continue to grow because they're not shedding off and going anywhere. It's just going to continue to expand. But with our skin, that's why you get those pea-sized, dime-sized. They're going to continue to grow if they don't become addressed, but they don't just pop up out of nowhere and go, Jesus Christ, and then it metastasizes everywhere. It flakes off and dies and kind of takes care of itself. Dermal circulation, blood is abundant with oxygen and is bright red. Vessels in the dermis give skin that reddish tint. That's why if you're not dark complected and you're exerting a lot of energy and doing a lot of things and you're producing a lot of heat, what happens? You become flushed, right? All those vessels dilate, which is more blood flow. Then they get what? Closer to the skin, right? Because what is it trying to do? Cool you down. And that's what creates that red color. More pronounced when the vessels are dilated, skin becomes increasingly vasoconstricted, or becomes pale when it's vasoconstricted, because again, it's the complete opposite. What happens? Vessels get smaller, they start to retract in the body to retain heat, and you lose some of that color. Skin becomes dark and then cyanotic with sustained reduction in blood supply. That's just because the oxygenation isn't there. And what color is depicted when blood becomes deoxygenated? Blue to purple, right? And that's the same concept. You're still going to have some red in there, so when you have blue and red, what does that make? Purple. You do need to know they referred it to a cholesterol-related steroid from the vitamin D. Vitamin D is absorbed, modified, and released by the liver. Kidneys convert that vitamin D into calcitrol, a hormone essential for calcium absorption. So with that, so your liver synthesizes the vitamin D, and then your kidneys take that vitamin D that your liver synthesized and creates it into calcitrol, which helps with the absorption and the retention of calcium within the small intestines. But if you don't have that, what are you not going to have? Bone growth, because you can't absorb the calcium within your body. So that's why those people that don't go outside and touch grass and stay in their mom's basement are usually, while they may be big in stature, their bone structure is very frail just because they don't have that same absorption of calcium. Skin cancer is the most common form of cancer just because your skin is constantly exposed to UV radiation, whether you like it or not. Basal cell carcinoma is the most common, originates at that stem cell area. Squamous cell involves the superficial layers of the epidermis, and again, it rarely metastasizes just because it's continually shedding itself. Doesn't say it can't, but rarely does. And when it does, usually it's right at that base membrane layer, where not only does it shed up, it's spreading into that base layer, it's starting to go down, and that's when you'll see that metastasization. it. I'll leave it on that slide for a second. If you ever see questions on this, whether it be on registry or tested here, again, going back to that medical terminology, you can kind of dissect where this is at due to the origination of the name of the word being used. So just use some word association on that. That is the basal, got that little bump there again, because what happens to those cells? They're not producing like normal ones, so they're not going to, you have to remember, they're going to cause those growths, if you will, because once those stem cells are converted into that cancerous tissue, what are they not going to do? They're not going to move and shed like the rest of the skin because they don't have the same properties. And that's usually why you see those bumps, because while part of them will, they're going to sit there and become compacted and they can't go through the phases of the shedding like the rest of the skin can. That's just gross right there. That's like a lesion. If you see that, you're like 3 months too late to a dermatologist. Find one immediately. I thought that was funny too. Melanomas are extremely dangerous. They begin as a mole. They're cancerous and they can grow rapidly. And again, this is the late stages. You have let this go too far. That stuff is already growing down, and that's the stuff that can metastasize very quickly, because again, where is this originating at? Where are those melanocytes at? That base membrane, right? And where does our vasculature stop? At that dermal layer and that base membrane. And what corresponds with the circulatory system? The lymphatic system. Everywhere that, I'll say everywhere, the majority of the places your circulatory system is, there's a lymphatic system that runs right next to it. It'll get into there and it'll just cause havoc. Again, it's in the dermis, or the dermis lies between the epidermis and the base membrane. Two major components, superficial papillary layer and the deeper reticular layer. You do need to know those two. Papillary layer is named after the dermal papillae. Consists of loose connective tissue. Contains the capillaries and the nerves. That is where all of that ends. Now, with the nerves, that's where the root ends. Doesn't mean that those nerves can't extend into those layers with their tails, if you will, but that's where the base of the nerve ends. Your reticular layer consists of the meshwork of the dense, irregular connective tissue. It's almost like a patch on drywall, if you will. It's what forms that framework and fibers that blend into that layer. They provide flexibility, the elastic fibers do, and the collagen fibers provide stability. Those collagen fibers are which extend from that dermal layer into that subcutaneous layer and keep it together. So it keeps it from sheathing back and forth. All the dermal components. Okay, so Contains a mixed cell population of connective tissue, and then you have your epidermal accessory organs. We already went over that, so I'm not going to go over it again. Again, those nerve endings in the blood supply helps communication with other organ systems, whether it's your cardiovascular system, to say, hey, we need to circulate blood more, circulate blood less, your lymphatic system, and again, your nervous system. Your dermal layer, we already went over all of this, contains your blood vessels and your lymphatic vessels. Your nerve fibers control the blood flow because it's going to read, I'm too hot, I'm too cold, or I'm okay. It can adjust the gram secretions as needed depending on its temperature or its environment. And again, it monitors those sensory receptors of I need to shiver, I need to sweat, whatever I just touched was sharp, don't do that, whatever. I always forget the name of that disease that kids have that they can like lean on a hot stove and they don't fucking know it. Anybody know that? I always forget the name of that. Somebody Google that. It's been bothering me now. I think it starts with an M, but I could be wrong. Kid touch stove health condition. I don't know.
They have a congenital insensitivity to pain, CIP.
Huh? SIPA. No M involved at all.
Hang on.
Yeah. Hopefully I got it pissed off. Your subcutaneous layer attaches to the dermis with extension network of connective tissues, not part of the integumentary system, stabilizes the position of skin relative to the underlying tissues, and it permits independent movement. Again, that is what prevents me being able to take the skin on my finger and rotate it up to my wrist. Consists of the connective tissue and fat cells, helps reduce heat loss in infants. Obviously, that sub-Q layer is the fatty layer, so it helps our energy reserves, and that's where it's stored. And some of us have more shock absorption than others. Not just simple physics, more surface area, more denseness, more to dissipate inertia. Distribution of fat changes with age. Fat's elastic, contains no vital organs and few capillaries. So again, you're ready for the apocalypse. You have lots of potential energy. And then your accessory structures are the same things that we went over in the last one. So I'm not going to stay on this one. Hair and hair follicles are non-living structures. They're produced in the hair follicles. As you can tell, I have less of those areas. And they project above the surface of the skin almost everywhere. And that's why, you know, even not everybody's hair follicles are like that are on her head. You got hair on your ass and your feet and your leg, they're everywhere. Just some are more dense than others. The hair follicles project deep into the dermis and the subcutaneous layer. The walls of the follicles contain all cell layers in the epidermis. There's a peg of connective tissue that it contains capillaries and nerves, and that's what helps hair growth and sensation and stimulation in that haplia area. Your hair root is the portion that anchors it into the skin. If everybody plucks the hair out of their head, if they've got the hair, you can always see like that sheened white area, that is the root. That's what contains the DNA. That's what contains its ability to continue to grow. The hair shaft is the part that is seen on the surface, anything that extends beyond the layers of skin. And when separation occurs, the cells will die. And by that doesn't mean if, obviously, if we have hair, some of us get a haircut. Anything that is still connected on the hair follicle side is going to continue to grow. Anything that's beyond from where we cut from that hair follicle side will die. And it doesn't mean it just dissipates into organic matter, it just means it's not going to obviously continue to grow. It's like a worm. There is contrast interpretation of it, and this is a more cartoonistic picture of it that is on page 139. Hair shaft contains 3 layers of dead keratinized cell. They pay or fight it. You have a cuticle or surface layer that's an overlapping single layer of cells. I don't know if it showed it on that picture at 139. They tried to depict it, but they didn't really outline it. You have the cortex, which is the middle layer that contains the thick layer of keratin for stiffness. And then the medulla, just like in your brain, is the core of the hair. It contains the flexible, soft keratin. You can think about these two kind of like the brain and medulla. So the innermost, your cortex is right around it, and then your cuticle is like the end of your finger. Here's a cross section. That's probably on page 139 or 140. Your hair growth varies by person. It's based off the level of activity of that follicle. Very low activity. The scalp hair grows for 2 to 5 years at roughly 0.3 millimeters per day. So that means it should take how long to grow an inch? 30 millimeters per day. 100 days? Huh? So it should take about 90 to 100 days to grow an inch. Follicles become inactive for over a comparable amount of time. They begin to grow new hair. When another cycle begins, old hair is pushed out, and then obviously that surface stuff can be cut or shed. So your hair follicles excrete the same skin process of shedding itself as your outer skin pushes out with your hair. That's how you get dangerous. Functions of hair: protect the scalp from UV radiation, help cushion light blows to the head, and provide insulation to the skull. Obviously your hair is not going to prevent you from getting Babe Ruth to the noggin, but I'm pretty sure anybody that's worked at EMS in any shape, form, or fashion has always smoked your head on the conveniently handrail that's placed always where you stand and not over the center of the patient. So it doesn't really protect, but it helps cushion it a little bit, some more than others. Unless you're wearing a baseball cap, that you always manage to hit that little bead in the center of the baseball cap every time you hit the pole, which is convenient. Prevent entry of foreign particles into the ears, nose, and eyes. Again, you got to think, we've got hair everywhere. The hair in our nose is what kind of helps pick out those larger macrobes that go in. They turn into boogers. You got your ears that turn into taters, and your eyes turn into those crusties in the corner. Sensory nerve fibers at the base of that follicle help prevent injury. erector pili muscle. Extends from the papillary dermis to the sheath around each follicle, and that's what stimulates the follicle, forcing hair to stand up. When you ever have that cold chill or you get that weird sense, that's what that reaction is. When you get those goosebumps and the hair stand up on your arm, that's what that erector pili muscle response is. Hair color reflects different amounts of pigment. Different forms of melanin are produced for different hair colors. That is determined by your parents, or your ancestors at least, influenced by hormonal and environmental factors. And hair color lightens as the pigmentation decreases, as the production of the pigmentation decreases. That's why when people get older, their hair gets gray. They just stop producing the same amount of pigmentation, and it starts getting lighter in color. And then, when I was a kid and I actually had hair, I had very dark hair, but we lived in Florida for a long time, and if I was out in the sun a lot, it would turn almost blonde. It's just from that UV interaction with those melanin sites and the pigmentation sites. Sebaceous glands are also known as oil glands. They produce large quantities of lipid when they mature, released through Holocene secretion, react when the erector pili muscle elevates the hair and squeezes the gland out. Everybody has oil on their skin. It's just some more than the others. The secretion is called sebum. It lubricates hair and skin and inhibits the growth of bacteria, because it's almost like a fatty layer, very thin. Obviously, it's not like a quarter-inch thick or anything crazy, but it kind of encompasses any bacteria that might try to enter. And just, you either wash it off or it holds it there until you do. But that's why, if you don't shower, you can get infections and infected hairs and certain things. Because what happens is that oil gets just embedded with a large amount of bacteria and it'll eventually penetrate through. Sebaceous follicles are large sebaceous glands. Same concept, just bigger, located on the back, chest, nipples, and your genitals, if you have the external contact. They're sensitive to changes in concentration of the sex hormone. That's why it gets moist. That's just the body's reaction to it. Those secretions accelerate in production at puberty. And again, when you get into puberty, you have that overproduction or increased production of that oil. Again, bacteria can form because you don't wash your, you're not a 6-year-old in your bathroom scrubbing your face every night. That can start causing acne on people within puberty, or in general, but typically happens at a much greater rate during puberty. Acne is when that gland becomes blocked. Those secretions accumulate, results in inflammation and a pimple, and that stuff that you pop out of the pimple is actually a bacterial infection. Sweat glands, pseudopharious glands, there's 2 types. You need to know these 2 types, apocrine and merocrine. Apocrine are sweat glands in the armpits, nipples, and groin. They rely on merocrine secretions to stimulate those. They discharge a sticky, cloudy, and potentially odorous secretion. They become odorous when the bacteria breaks down as a food source for it to continue growing more bacteria for itself. That's why you do the dip. American sweat glands are coiled tubular glands that discharge secretions directly onto the skin. $2 to 5 million in your hands and feet alone. .99% water, contains a mixture of all that. Primary function of the American glands are perspiration, that obviously help cool your body. However, with that, result in a loss of water and electrolytes. You can exceed 4 liters per hour under continued strenuous activity. So that's when people are outside mowing all day and they do the whole heat stroke, or I'm hot and I pass out there. I've had a Coke and a bottle of water and I've been out mowing my 5 acres for 6 hours. Well, bro, you lost more than you've replenished. And soda is awful. It's mainly sugar and all that stuff, and you're not replacing the nutrients that your body needs. Perspiration provides protection from environmental hazards, dilutes harmful chemicals, flushes the organisms off the skin's surface. Then you've got your kind of own built-in antibiotic layer in those sweat glands that provide minimal protection. Or you can see like a small irritant on the skin. It continues to flush itself out. You don't have to put anything on it. So that's usually from entry through, obviously, the surfaces in your skin or the hair follicle. You have modified sweat glands. Mammary glands, obviously, they do one thing. And then that word for earwax combined with those sebaceous glands, and that's when you get those irritators. There's your apocrine that you can see is down deeper in the skin, and then your merocrine, which is your sweat gland. That's mostly there for the cooling. This is to get rid of bacteria out of that circulatory system. And that's why you can see this is, again, 99% water that is just helping to try to cool or evaporate. This one here, you can see, is down in that subcutaneous layer where there is your circulatory system and your lymphatic system, and it can dump bacteria out, and that's why that's in your certain regions of your body, and that's what stinks, or can. Nails, you know, they're mainly keratin, protect the exposed tips from certain things, but obviously any of us that have ever hit our finger with a hammer know that it doesn't protect from everything. Pink in color, underlying blood vessel. The vessels near the root are obstructed, and that's when you get those half-moon crescent shapes, or that lanula. Sometimes that is from vitamin intake, and some of that is just from blood supply. I got quite a few. Your nail body is the visible portion, consists of that dead keratinized cell, covers the nail bed, and that's what we all either chew on or cut off or breaks off. Or we attach fake ones to. Your nail root is in that skin layer underneath your cuticle there that extends back into your finger from the surface. It is not visible, and that's what anchors itself to your finger. And that's why if you ever watching the movies where they pull people's fingernails out, it's literally ripping all that tissue and vessels out. It's ripping all those nerve endings that are compacted there. Your cuticle is a portion of that outermost layer of skin at the fold here where it connects. And that's kind of what extends over the nail nearest to the root. That's why sometimes we get a cuticle infection that's been, the seal has been broke there or you're damaged or something like that. Those irritants can get back under that nail bed and your fingers start to swell. You can get pus in there, just an inflammatory response. And as you can see, it goes back a little less than half the depth of your fingernail back into the finger underneath the actual dermal layer or epidermal layer of the skin. Injury and repair to the skin, stem cells present at epithelial and connective tissue obviously can sit there to repopulate themselves. Again, that 2 to 4 week cycle allows effective regeneration after damage. Again, depending on how bad the damage is, you might end up with fibrous tissue in there that causes that scar. There are 4 stages in regeneration. Which once we're done with the slide, we will get to. Step 1, mast cells in the dermis trigger inflammatory response. What are our mast cells? The tattletales, the snitches. It results in enhanced blood flow, and with that blood flow, you get phagocytes, which are what? What type of blood cells are these? White. And they're the ones that either can engulf and encapsulate, destroy, and put back into the bloodstream to be brought through, or they can engulf and destroy themselves, depending on what type of blood cell it is. But they encompass and break down that whatever is trying to fight. Step 1 is that. So we're saying, hey, we have an issue here, come on. Step 2, a blood clot forms on the surface. It allows temporary restoration of the integrity of the epidermis. All that's saying is it allows blood flow to continue without it just continuing to pour out of its body. Entry of additional microorganisms is restricted because that is what? What is that? What is that?
Scabs.
Scabs. The cells in that basalum layer rapidly divide because they've said, hey, we have an issue here, we need production to increase. They migrate from the side of the wounds. Every cut or a majority of small things where scab can form is always going to be like this, right? It's going to be in a V. And what happens is it, because this once was whole, you'll have it growing or repopulating from the sides. And it'll continue to do it on the inside as well, which is causing what? If they're continuing to grow this way, what's happening to this void? It's going to start growing in on itself, correct? But what is this layer here going to do then? Because now that, in theory, is the outermost layer of the skin, right? So if we're let me use different colors here.
Black marker there, or brown or something.
If this is our skin, right, and that's our cut, then we have our stem cells that are going to continue to grow that way, right? Because what is it going to go, like everything in life, the path of least resistance, right? So it's easier to close a smaller gap than a bigger gap, right? So it's going to do what? Start closing in, right? So this is going to start growing this way and this way, right? And then it's going to go like this as those continue to populate. Well, what's happening? What is this going to now be? It's going to be those extended layers of skin that are going to be your dead layers of skin or your thicker layers of skin, right? And that's how the scars form, is because once it's grown in on itself, it can't push itself out. So now those dead layers of skin are now encapsulated under those new layers of skin, and they just sit there as a scar because they've continued to grow from the side. And again, it's almost like a bubble that it closes around itself. And that's how you'll get scars, or you'll have some, depending on how big the damage is, you can still even have those dips or those valleys in your skin because it regenerated itself, just not to the same layer because the skin was damaged. The blood clots, and that consists of an insoluble network of fibrin. Again, that's what we're trying to do with the clotting mechanism, is add fibrin to the clotting process. Because the fibrin is actually a bunch of proteins that do this, and once they do this, that's what all those platelets slam up against, and they end up getting caught. And when you peel that scab off, you're actually peeling that fibrin network with all those coagulated platelets, and that just opens everything back up. For large wounds, dermal layers begin at the epithelial cells to cover the surface. Fibroblasts and connective tissue stem cells divide, so that's down lower. They produce mobile cells to invade the deep areas. Can anybody explain that to me? Anybody? What do we think is happening here?
Would that be like where it's so deep that it can't just scab over top, that it's starting to send other cells in to kind of fill in that void?
Yeah, it'll just start attaching to what it can, and it'll start growing at any level that it can. It's not necessarily that you just have this free-floating stem cell that's just like, I'm gonna start growing in the middle of liquid, but they'll start attaching to different layers of skin. So even if it's not stem cell to stem cell, if that stem cell grows upwards and connects to an outer layer of skin, it's going to start generating off of that stem cell, even though it's a layer or two up. Obviously, the damaged blood vessels divide. The capillaries follow the fibroblasts, which are, again, that protein-created skin, okay?
No.
Granulation of tissue, you have a combination of the blood clot, fibroblasts, which are what? What is this? Pretty much a bunch of that fibrin network and platelets that have started to create that internal network, if you will. And then your capillary network is just going to be providing that blood flow to that area to allow skin to continue to regenerate. That is on page
144.
Thank you. Step 3, that clot dissolves. The number of capillary decline. Why? Correct. Fibroblasts from that meshwork start to form those collagen fibers. But again, in comparison to skin, what is the rigidity of those collagen fibers? A lot more hard, stiff, less elastic, right? Repairs do not restore to original condition typically. Contains a large amount of those collagen fibers. And that's where, again, that's how you get those scars, or you get those valleys, or you get those hard parts in the damage of the skin. If it is too far damaged, you're not going to have those hair follicles or those glands or those nerve cells regenerate to repair themselves in those areas. That's why you'll see people with, if they've ever had some type of huge wound, whether it be from a crush injury or they got into a piece of machinery or a car wreck or a motorcycle wreck, and all of that area, especially where they do skin grafts and stuff, a lot of times those skin grafts may not connect that neural tissue, and while the skin is there, they may not have sensation or the same motor function or any of that because it was protective layers there, but that's about it. Again, you can see all this fibrin down here that is causing to get trapped in there, but we can see that it's, minimizing in size, and then the scar tissue is formed. It's inflexible, it's fibrous, non-cellular, there's no hair follicles, there's no nerve endings, there's nothing there. It's just a bunch of hard, fibrous tissue. And since this is all fibrous tissue that's avascular all the way down, what are we not going to do in that area anymore? Or at the same rate, by far, is we're not going to shed that skin because it's not really skin, it's a bunch of collagen, it's a bunch of fibrin that isn't going to reproduce or recreate itself. That's why you'll get those valleys or those depressions. Keloid, where do we typically think of that from, especially females? A piercing, right? It's a thickened area of scar tissue, begins at an injury site and grows into the dermis around it. Typically it grows backwards and then out. And it's most common on the back, shoulders, and earlobes. Burns result from obviously some type of heat, whether it be radiation, chemical, conductive, whatever, right? Severity depends on the depth and the total area affected. So what do we think on burns might be more detrimental to the body? Third degree burns in 5 to 10% area, or 60 degree burns, or second degree burns in 60% of our body? Second degree, because it's a wider area affecting more surface area, right? Now, not saying that you may not have complications, they're usually going to be localized if it's handled appropriately. But, if I only got, let's just say this leg that's burned, third degree, what can they do? I'm good, right? But if I have 60% burns all over my body, now we've affected that much more vasculature, that much more skin, that much more induction for some type of infection, that much more difficulty for the circulatory system to get rid of what it needs and not absorb anything. Obviously, it depends on how bad it is and how much it is. Now, if you do 10% first degree burns, 10% third degree burns, obviously the severity is going to trump the surface area on that one. Your body does not react to heat well. It can handle cold better than it can handle heat, until it can't anymore. Skin injuries, again, depending on what's going on, it can inhibit the stem cell activity. Sensitive to the immune system, macrophages and other immune system can decrease the cells. Kind of went over all this. Muscle strength, muscles become weaker and bone strength decreases due to the decline in vitamin D production or absorption. You can have reduced calcium and phosphorus absorption. Again, some people have sensitivity to sun where they, it could be fall and they're still wearing the SPF 90. But those people usually have to take vitamins to get that intake of vitamin D that they normally get from the sun. All of those things. Kind of went over those as we went over. Sagging, wrinkly skin, that dermis becomes thinner. Don't have the foundation. Once you lose that dermal layer and the subcutaneous layer, your ability to lose heat greatens because it just doesn't have the blood flow and the ability to compensate for itself. Sweat glands become less active. Takes harder. That's why you'll see people with those skin tears and the bruising all the time. Their skin just can't, and those injuries can't regenerate themselves as quick as can. I mean, we've all seen those patients that from wrist to humeral head are just blotted everywhere. You know, those repairs that we can recover from in a few days, they're months in and they're never going to get better. That's on page 152, that you can kind of go over to see how everything interacts in the body. You've got the endocrine, nervous, all of those, how they're all interwound with it. Any questions on that? All right, stay standing there at the next one. Please work it.
It's 3 pages in the book.
What?
Birds.
Birds?
Yes. I guess you just figured we'll go over them later.
Where's your favorite?
Body surface area and all that.
I didn't talk about the roll nines.
Fuck. You roll the nines?
Yeah.
That's fun. Everybody should know the rule of nines by now.
Yeah.
If you don't, that's kind of a you problem. Like, not being shitty, but you go over that in the NC class.
Yeah, 11 years ago.
Never stop learning.
I also learned that you were
Yeah, I also went all of this shit.
Here's that email I forwarded
High
you from
school.
the.
Yeah, we are.
I'm so
Oh,
tired.
I'm gonna take that shit early. I would never get a first
After the affidavit, what, 2 months ago? We can't do that, and all of a sudden they can do it.
I
We'll reach out to them, I'll just tell them to send the affidavit.
You what?
I'm not fucking driving 3 hours, 5 hours total, so. Said I wouldn't get it.
Definitely slow down. Stop driving everything down.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, for the next module.
Oh,
I was asking Casey, I was like, this next module, we should have something. Clinicals.
Probably 10 of us that are highly instructors in the class.
So I had a couple of ladies that live over in Ford County. And then while we visited, see a couple of regular people over you all over.
Yeah, I think we're gonna try to do it again. The academy likes it too, because they can put more people through. Because the way they work, if Plainfield's full and we're not, they'll send them to jail. Same with Evansville, and there's one up north that does it too. Fort Wayne does their own.
Who are we waiting on? Jacqueline? Where'd you go? Jackie!
She's in the bathroom, the lights off, so.
In the dark. Well, move, you don't want to stop lighting.
She's in the car.
Jacqueline in there?
She's in the car.
He can't hear you behind the door.
She's in the car.
He said only 4 times.
You do? Say it louder. And that'll be the answers to the test. Welcome back. Okay, your skeletal system does all those things, those 5 things right there, which we'll go over probably in depth, so I'm not going to say on the slide. It does, look at it. Support. Obviously, this provides structural support, so you can stand up, or kneel, or not fall over, or not look like one of those car sale people when you're moving. Storage, main storage is calcium salts and phosphate ions in your bone and marrow. And you have 2 types of marrow, red and yellow. Red stores what? Where red blood cells are made. And then you have yellow marrow, which stores lipids. They produce blood cells, red and white, in the red bone marrow. Red marrow fills internal cavities of most of your bones. Which one is your main creator?
Red.
And where? Which bone specifically? Your femoral bone. Protection. Surrounds soft tissue and organs, for example, your ribs, your skull, your vertebrae. Leverage changes the direction of force applied or generated by muscle. You can do delicate motions like your fingertips and allows movement of your entire body. So even if we have muscles, they have to attach to something, and those muscles have to support something else. Structure of a bone. Osseous tissue is what you may see bone referred to while in A&P. Of supporting connective tissues. Which ones are bone to bone?
Ligaments.
Correct. Matrix consists of extracellular protein fibers and some sort of substance. So, calcium salts are in the matrix that create the texture of your bone. The calcium phosphate accounts for 2/3 of the weight of the bone. And the collagen fibers are the other 1/3 of the weight of the bone. The osteocytes and the other cells account for less than 2% of the total weight of the bone. You have 4 general shapes. You have long bones, which are longer than they are wide. Humerus, femur. Short bones are as wide as they are long. Carpal, which are where? Your hands. You have flat bones, which are thin and wide or broad, like a rib. And then you have irregular bones, which have specific complex shapes, which are typically your vertebrae, your fused vertebrae, and things of that nature. There's a picture that is on page. Your long bones have a central shaft, diaphysis, should be that part there. It's below the head and the proximal and distal head. In that shaft is the central marrow cavity that contains the bone marrow. And the extended portions, that end and that end, are called the epiphysis, which are going to be covered in a cartilage and are typically made up of a spongy bone material. That's where that's the area, like if this was the humeral head, where are we going to go? If we're going to put an IO in the humeral head, where do we go? Right up here, right? Because what is that? That's spongy bone that is a lot easier to get through than super dense bone, and it's getting right into the head of the network of the vasculature. So both distal and proximal epiphysis are consistent of spongy bone, and then they're covered in some type of cartilage. You have two types of bone, compacted or dense, which are solid and form the diaphysis or the shaft. And then your spongy bone, which are the ends of the long bones. You can kind of think of those, the epiphysis, remember those super dangerous like half globes on the playground that were just a bunch of like struts that went over and made like a dome? That's kind of how those sponge bones are. There's a lot of open cavity in there, in those ends. The outer surface is covered in the periosteum. And that is what your tendons or ligaments will actually adhere to. Is that outer layer of that sheathing of the bone, if you will. Periosteum isolates the bone from the surrounding tissue and provides a route for circulatory and nervous supply channels. And your bone growth is dependent on that. That is again where all of your nervous system and circulatory system adhere to or function through at the epiphysis of the bone. Your endosteum lines the marrow cavity and the inside of the bone. And it's active during bone growth, repair, and remodeling. So that is your inner layer, or that's what covers the inside of the bone. That's what covers the outside of the bone. Periosteum is consistent of two layers. You've got a fibrous and cellular layer. Which that picture is on 161. So that is going to be the bone. That is going to be the cellular layer, and that is going to be the fibrous layer. You have compact bone, which contains osteocytes in small pockets, like we discussed earlier, called lacunae. It's bound between the narrow sheets of calcified matrix. Canaliculi radiate through that matrix. They form small channels that interconnect those, and they link all of those areas to nearby blood vessels and blood supply. Your compact or spongy bone both contain osteon, which are basic functional units of that compact bone. The osteocytes are layered in there, and they grow. Your osteocytes and your osteoblasts and your osteoclasts, they function the same thing as your skin. They have a base layer of where they're produced, they make bone, they break down. And it's this cyclic cycle of repairing and maintaining. All of those are through channeled blood supply that are within the bone. The lamellae are cylindrical, oriented parallel to the long axis of that canal. So they're going to run with the bone. And then within that, you have perforating canals that are what that network of blood vessels weed their way through. Obviously, you can't have a blood vessel going through bone, so that open area, they go through this network of those, again, think of that dome and all those bars that go across. They're weeding through all of those to get blood supply to the center of the marrow. You have spongy bone, has no osteons. They have a different arrangement. They're kind of doing their own thing. They're not as paralleled or networked. As you can see, they frequently branch. And the nutrients in the waste will diffuse between the marrow and the osteocytes, which hopefully we should start differentiating osteocytes, osteoblasts, and all of that stuff here soon. Compact bone covers all surfaces except inside joint capsules. They're built to withstand forces applied at either end and where there's very limited opposing forces. So you got to think like our long bones, our tib, our fib, our femur, what is the most direction of the impact that we take? Straight down, right? Very rarely do we get axial loading from the side on those bones. And when we do, what usually happens to our tib fib? They snap. Spongy bone is found where bones are not heavily stressed. And stress comes from many directions, which are typically where? In the joints, right? They move. They're much lighter. The trabecular network supports and protects all that red bone marrow. And again, that's where that network of vasculature weaves through. So as you can see, all these openings is where all those blood vessels are going to weave through. You have blood supply going through each one of the osteons that are going parallel with the long bone until it gets to that spongy bone. And then they'll dump into those orifices, if you will. Here we go. Osteocytes, the most abundant cells in bones. And you have osteoclasts and osteoblasts. Associated with the endosteum, which is what? Correct, the inside of the bone. They're also found in the cellular layer of the periosteum, which is the what? Outside of the bone. And where is the cellular layer in reference to the fibrous layer in reference to the bone? It's that, go ahead.
I'll say the cellular is the, say, external most, and the fibrous is between the bone.
Flip it around. Fibrous is the outside layer, cellular is the inner layer, and then you have the bone. So even on the outside of it, they're closest to the bone. That way they can regenerate in either direction. Osteocytes are matured bone cells. They recycle calcium salts and assist in repairs. They are the actual cells that are of constructed bone. So your active bone is an osteocyte. Osteoclasts secrete acid and enzymes to dissolve bony matrix and least stored minerals. They help regulate calcium and phosphate in the concentration of the fluids. And what is the 98% of our weight in our bone comprised of? Calcium and phosphate deposits, correct? So it's going to help release those into the bloodstream to be absorbed for constructing more osteocytes. They're giant cells with 50 or more nuclei, so they're very large. Osteoblasts are responsible for the production of new bone. So this is going to help either break down or release calcium deposits. This is going to help produce new, mature osteocytes. So they're dependent on each other. These eventually turn into an osteocyte when they are completely calcified. They are what promote that initial calcium deposit that's circulating in your bloodstream. And again, it's not considered an osteocyte until they are completely calcified and encompassed into a hard or spongy bone, or compact or spongy bone. Any clarification on osteocyte, osteoclast, or osteoblast? Okay. Skeletal growth begins 6 weeks after fertilization of the eggs, or egg. At this stage, in the young stage, it's all cartilage to begin with. And your skeletal system grows until you're roughly 25. What?
So does that mean I'll get taller?
Oh, no.
Over 25?
You're gonna go through a growth spurt here soon. You're gonna gain a good
I got
16
3
inches.
years.
Still hope.
How many?
3 years. I'm not the youngest though.
Kids.
Cartilage and other connective tissue slowly get replaced with bone. This is referred to as ossification. Ossification happens when deposits of calcium salts are deposited into those cartilage areas, and they start interacting with other tissues other than bone. So you can have ossification or calcification of cartilages as you get older, and as was said earlier, that's how you get certain conditions such as arthritis and bone spurs and all of those things. You've got two types of ossification, intramembranous, when it develops within sheets or membranes of connective tissue. And you got endochondral ossification when bone replaces existing cartilage. So some of it happens like your noggin. You've got those sheets and it starts growing in between those constructed membranes or other connective tissue. And then the other one is when it's actually replacing the cartilage. You got no foots right now. Intramembranous ossification begins when osteoblasts differentiate, meaning they start picking the area of the endo or periosteum to osteum, whatever, to start connecting to. This is only going to occur during the embryonic and fetal growth and normally occurs in the deeper layers of the dermis. So again, it has to start from somewhere, right? So it's going to start piggybacking off of reconstructed structures or already constructed structures. They differentiate from connective tissue at the stem cell level. Stem cells secrete organic compounds, and those compounds start to become calcified. Once they absorb all that calcium, what is that going to create? Osteocytes. Because they have become completely encompassed in that calcification. Once you have that, those osteocytes start to form, now it has its own network of stem cells, in a sense. And they'll continue to reproduce through the osteoblasts. And again, those osteoblasts become osteocytes when? When they're completely calcified. This is an active process that requires energy and oxygen. And then your circulatory system, as it's forming, grows dependent on what areas are growing first, or what need that blood supply, that oxygen supply, or that nutrient supply. And then as those bones form, those vessels will become trapped within those structures or around those structures. Obviously, it's not going to just form into that dense or compacted bone. It initially starts as a spongy bone. And then as that network continues to build, they'll start to form into compact bone as needed. Those are all examples. Those are the ones that are going to start as a membrane, get trapped into that membrane, and continue to grow outward. And then what do you think those membranes become? Did you say a word? You did. What did you say?
I was guessing the periosteum, or like the outer and inside layers.
Correct. That's what those membranes become. Endochondral ossification is used to form most bones. Utilizes that hyaline cartilage, which is what?
Most abundant.
Correct. They undergo ossification once that embryo reaches 6 to 8 weeks old. So it starts as those chondrocytes within cartilage. As they enlarge, that matrix begins to calcify. As chondrocytes die, as nutrients start going through the matrix, so they're no longer feeding themselves to continue to reproduce as chondrocytes. They calcify. And what happens when one calcifies? Going to be a reproduction of calcification, correct? So then we get step 2, where bone formation starts. Blood vessels invade. Cells of that inner layer start to differentiate into osteoblasts, and osteoblasts do what?
They build.
They build, and they start that building matrix of the bone. Once that bone starts to become organized, blood vessels again will invade the inner region of the cartilage. And it's going to start from one point, its innermost point, and start to build outward. Those shafts begin with that spongy bone, and it continues to go out, and it grows, and once that spongy bone becomes constructed, that's when that shaft will begin to morph into, not morph, but build into that compact bone. But again, it's dependent to be on spongy bone. Why? Where does all the blood vessels lead through? All that spongy bone, right? So it's easier to get that spongy bone through all, or those blood vessels through all that spongy bone to get all the nutrients and blood supply that it needs to make that organization happen. In step 4, those osteoclasts break down the spongy bone to create that marrow cavity. And what do we think happens with all of those, that calcification and that phosphate that was originally constructed into that spongy bone that's broke down? It gets recirculated into the bloodstream, goes back to those goes back to become osteoblasts that continue to build off those osteocytes and turn it into compact bone. So again, when your spongy bone breaks down, or any of your bone breaks down through those osteoclasts, a lot of that calcium and that phosphate is reabsorbed. You can see, what are the epiphyseal cartilage or plates? What do we think the plates are called, especially in children?
Growing.
Growth plates. And those are going to continue to be covered in cartilage, because not only does that where those initial osteoblasts initially attach to, right? But you still need that cartilage there for protection and, excuse me, some padding at those joints. Step 5, the center begins to calcify and harden. The secondary ossification starts to begin. The epiphysis which is what? The ends. Those spongy areas continue to grow. As they grow, they break down and become hardened as the end continues to extend. The original cartilage remains exposed, and then it just continues to recycle this process. Dig it. That's on page 163. Bone growth accelerates during puberty. Those osteoblasts produce bone faster than the epiphyseal cartilage. And you have those epiphyseal growth ends, which are known as the closures, and they're marked by an imaginary line that you can't really see. On certain cross sections, you can actually see there's almost a thickness difference across the head to the shaft. But obviously, we're not going to see that unless there's a huge fucking problem with our patients. Appositional growth, diameter of the bone enlarges on the outer surface. And again, what is the periosteum and the endosteum? What is it? But what is it comprised of?
Tissue levels and cellular levels?
Cellular and cartilage, right?
Cartilage.
So those are going to continue to grow, and it's going to increase the diameter. Because what are those osteoblasts forming off of? That's cellular and cartilaginous matrix, right? So they're going to continue to then grow in diameter. There you go. Say 164. And as you can see, obviously, as we get older and we get bigger and we grow stronger, what also increases in our body? What volume increases in our body? Blood volume, right? And where is blood originated from, or red blood cells originated from? Our bones, so they need to get bigger. Obviously, as a 6-pound infant, you're not circulating 4, 5, 6 liters of blood. That would be very difficult, right? But as we get bigger, these diameters grow, producing more red and yellow bone marrow to produce more in volume. Bone growth and body proportions. The epiphyseal closure varies between bones and individuals, meaning how big that opening for the blood supply is. Ossification of toes may be completed by 11. Pelvis and wrists maybe continue to grow until you're 25, so your hips might get wider, your wrists might get longer. That's what you got going forward.
I don't need to get any wider.
Arms and legs close by 18 in women or 20 in men. Obviously, for bone growth, we have to have a proper mineral and nutrient supply. As a baby, you get that from the mother. That's why prenatal care is very important, and you don't have malnourished or underdeveloped babies. Diets in calcium and phosphate must be high to normal. And your body must be able to absorb those minerals in order to get them to the baby. Or the mother's body must be able to. That's why you'll see here, maternal skeleton loses bone mass. Why? The baby, when it's going in, because the mother is sitting there doing the same thing. Osteoclasts are breaking it down. It's going where? Into the where? Bloodstream, right? And where does the bloodstream go? To the baby. And at that 5-6 week mark, not only is the mother supplying herself to build that bone density, but now the baby's robbing Peter to pay Paul to start its own bone growth. Start taking from the beginning and never give up. Vitamin D. Obviously, we went over through this, processed through the liver, converted in the kidneys. That's why prenatal care focuses heavily on the liver, kidneys, and circulatory system, and women with kidney issues, they see doctors like every other week if they are pregnant, just to make sure that their levels are adequate and supplements aren't needed. All rickets, vitamin D deficiency. This is big back in the, I don't really hear, I don't know if you guys do, maybe you're in a different part of the neighborhood than I am. Rickets isn't a thing like it used to be that was kind of dietary dependent and healthcare dependent, but you have reduced calcium deposits in the bone. They can become flexible, and I know when I was actually in elementary school, we had a kid in the wide leg braces, because when you take them off, he's literally like Gumby, and they'd like bend his knees, so he had to walk in those leg braces all the time. I don't really see that anymore, but it's still a thing. But it's because the bone density isn't there, and all the axial loading that they have cause their legs to bow out, and that's just how they end up growing if they don't get put in those braces that pretty much make them walk like this, which sucks for them, but helps create bone density. The old scurvy, reduced osteoblast activity, meaning what? The bones don't break down, or they don't build, excuse me. They break down, but they don't build. So if it's continually breaking down, but not replenishing itself, it's going to become weak, and it's just going to start falling apart. Any questions on any of that? Roughly 18% of your bone is replaced every year. That's for your compacted bone. As you can see here in your femur, your spongy bone may be replaced 2 to 3 times a year. But what is your femur responsible for? Production of your bone marrow, right? Compact bone along the shaft is barely altered. That compacted bone, once it's built, is very difficult to break down. Again, it's kind of like digging through dirt with a few rocks here and there, or digging through 8 inches of gravel. It's going to be really hard to dig through 8 inches of gravel. Think of that as your compact bone. The role of remodeling support, we should understand that. Heavily stressed bones become thicker and stronger. Depending on what people do for a living, what they do, throughout their life is going to depend on people's stature, people's ability, people's build, and how they're constructed. People sit there and do shit with their legs and lift 50-pound bags of coffee beans every day. Their arms and their legs are going to be a lot more stout. They're going to have bigger muscles and bigger bones just because that's what their body uses every day, and that's what their body focuses on replacing. That's why you see those dudes that go to the gym and never do leg day. They look like a pear on toothpicks because their whole upper body is built, and then they've got, legs of an 11-year-old child because their bone isn't getting replenished, their muscle's not getting replenished because there's no activity there. It's not just muscle that's building in that, it's bone as well. You have degenerative changes occur after brief periods of inactivity. I can say after 2 full knee replacements and being in braces and stuff for a long time, learning to walk is not the ability to walk, but your body's ability to recognize stress on those bones is a real thing. And even sometimes walking can fatigue you when you have injuries or issues like that. Crutches are a big thing. Casts, if you've ever had a cast, your arm shrinks down. That's not just muscle and tissue, that's bone as well, just because you're not using it. You can lose up to 1/3 of bone mass in a few weeks. But once you get back into activity, that's why there's usually that, rehabilitation period that you'll start working back on that area and it'll start creating its way back. Bones contain 99% of the calcium in the body. Small variations alter cellular operations. Large ones obviously can throw them into a clinical crisis. Quick onset sepsis or it can cause, systemic issues depending on what it is. If you have an increase of calcium of 30%, your muscles become unresponsive. A decrease, they become excitable, causing convulsions. An alteration of anything more than 50%, typically in either direction, decrease of 50 causes usually death just because none of your muscles are working at that point. And an increase will cause hyperactivity that'll just kind of, it's almost like it'll throw your body into a thermal regulatory complex or crisis, and then it's almost like an MDMA response where it can't regulate its body temperature, your muscles start hyperactivity, you'll get a bunch of lactic buildup, and you'll just kind of dwindle and melt from the inside, if you will. Not melt, but stuff start breaking down that it can't replenish. Hormonal control of calcium. Your parathyroid hormone elevate calcium levels. Calcitonin depresses calcium levels. That'll be important, both of those things. Highlight circle, type or right. Your skeleton obviously provides calcium reserves, and when your osteo breaks down your bone, class break it down, it gets released into the bloodstream and absorbed where it's needed. Maintaining homeostasis can obviously alter the strength and shape of bone. So are bones the only thing that require calcium in your body? No. Your muscles require a big part of it too. So if you have overactivity or overstrenuation or lack thereof within your body, or lack of replenishment of calcium from diet, what is your body going to start doing? Let's say I have 0 calcium intake in my diet, or very limited calcium intake in my diet. What is my body going to do? Start breaking down bone. But the problem is, it's not going to start building more bone back because it's going to be using all that calcium for my muscles or for my hormonal system or whatever it's going to be. It's going to be repurposing that calcium and won't be building back my bone density. Fractures, any crack or break in a bone, obviously can result from nearly anything. Obviously, depending on the integrity of your bone, some of us might require some extreme loading onto the bone. Some of us can just step off a ladder the wrong way and our femoral head will snap off. Just all has to do with bone density of it. We had a lady, I don't know, probably 6-7 years ago when I worked here on the truck. She stepped off, she was in her kitchen on one of those little plastic step stools that are what, 8-10 inches high at most. She went up, got something on her cupboard, just stepped off of it, femur snapped in half. From just, didn't fall, didn't split, did nothing, just stepped a certain way and popped in half. Bones will heal as long as the blood supply is maintained and cellular components of the endosteum and perosteum survive. So that is going to be part of the issue whether surgery will be required in fractures or not. Is it a bone issue or is it a blood supply issue? And then you would have to, not only will you have to have an orthopedic, you'll have vascular surgeons and everything in there as well. There's a 4-step process to make a repair. It can take up to 4 months to more than 1 year depending on the bone that is involved. First step, just like your skin, blood clot forms as the blood vessels are broken. This is referred to as a fracture hematoma. That's why, what is one thing we check as us, as pre-emergency providers, because we don't have x-ray vision if we're suspecting of a bone fracture? Swelling and heat, right? Somebody's got a possible femur fracture, that's the first thing we do. Put our hand on it. Is it hot? Is it swollen? Is it rigid? Do we have circulation? Right? That's going to tell us, hey, there's a really good chance we're losing blood in this. Injured vessels are blocked off, and that's why femur fractures are so important. If that blood supply is blocked off, what happens? Not only do we have less in circulation because it's now in a free medium in our leg, but we're not supplying from or to that area. Lack of blood cells or blood supply kills those osteocytes, which will be what? Mature bone, right? That dead bone is going to continue to die in either direction. It's just like skin or any other organ. If it's not getting the blood supply it needs, it'll die. Step 2, meiosis happens, or mitosis happens. What's that? Cell division. Those daughter cells migrate to that area of death or damage, and they start forming a localized thickening, which is a bone callus. So if you have let's say we're not talking about a complete fracture where we're, forming here. If we have a partial fracture or something like that, you'll actually see, I have one in my leg, a dip over a bone where it starts forming a clot of bone over that area, if you will, to give it something to build on. Then it goes over the whole bone growth repair in and of itself again, starting with that callus. Starting with the cartilage and going through the whole process again. You get that cartilage reproduction over it from the chondrocytes, right? Those chondrocytes will get osteoblasts to start repairing that cartilage with spongy bone. Spongy bone will then break down, go into the body. It'll continue to spread. Once the spongy bone's there, it'll all break down and start compacting into compact bone. It's just like growing another bone from infancy. It just takes less time because you have a huge buildup within your body. You're not starting from the mother or starting from scratch. Again, like I said, that spongy bone will start to break down, and that building process. So the spongy bone is going to allow for what? Is it going to be structural integrity or weight bearing? Structural integrity. It keeps it in place and where it needs to be, right? But then for the next 4 to 12 months, depending on what type of fracture it is, whether it's a femur, a tib fib, a finger, a toe, obviously the size of the bone and what it needs is going to differ. It's going to take that to turn it from spongy bone back into compacted bone. Then when you have those big fractures that they know that, hey, this could take years or it's never going to, if the break was so bad, that's when you'll end up with rods, plates, screws, all of those fixation devices to keep it from any type of bloating issues, but it'll continue to replace the bone while you're smirking. Did you give up on life or what happened?
Maybe they'll call you out.
Huh?
No, you're just getting these notes. There's a lot of them.
Right. She's like, we should be almost done, but I'm sure we're not.
Huh?
We look like we should be almost done, but I'm sure we're
You
not.
got like 100 more pages.
Oh, I'm going to tell you right now, we might be on slide 52,
You have currently-
74,
How many?
of 317. You want to take a break for a second?
Please.
7 minutes. What'd you give up?
Are we hitting chapter 17?
Because
Nep shot.
do I want to focus my energy on typing or do I want to focus my energy on retaining information? So I'll retain the
I
information
will
and
say
then
it's
go
really
back.
hard to type in listen, so I'll just go back and watch it.
Since we're trying to speed through them, I want to pay attention.
I'm not speeding through them.
Compared to last class, you're not speeding through, but
Like
it's
600 more steps.
so that's why I'm not taking notes anymore. Is I'm trying to listen.
Fair enough.
I'm putting annotations in my book, but
Well, then you can't send your book back like somebody did for Casey's.
Hey, on the plus side, whoever did that,
It'll
they
be
actually,
like-
they highlighted solid stuff this chapter. They didn't fuck me over. So I'm just go.
it'll be like Harry Potter and
I've never, I don't know what's in anything about Harry Potter.
really half friend's book.
That's kind of what I'm feeling right now. Like, whoever highlighted this has some decent highlights. It had to be a girl, and she got like information stuff front, so like, I'm certified with her.
Wrote something on the front?
Now she got a little sticky note.
You know whose this is?
Whose?
Lisa's.
Is it really? That's hilarious.
It's cursed.
No, she should pass.
You've come full circle.
Yeah, that's what I heard. Didn't she?
Yeah, she passed.
There you go.
Friday.
See, my book's not cursed.
You'll be fine.
I don't know how we got that back in circulation though. Unless, I bet what happened was when we put them in Tyler's office, it looked new, so we just, the new one's probably in Tyler's office. If you want to swap them out, you can.
I put so much
We're
effort.
7
I can't-
chapters
this
in.
can't go back to anybody. I have a note in, what's that, what's the one, how do I pronounce it? Osteopenia? Tiny dick. Small bone, lacking in availability, isn't producing. That's in my book. I can't give this
You
to
put
anybody.
tiny dick.
Yes, I did, because that's gonna, I'm gonna remember what osteopenia is.
Sure you will.
Oh, dear God. You're good right now.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying. That's not the worst thing in this book. Like, no one else can have this. That's the wrong.
You wear me out sometimes.
If it works, it works. The things that I have word association for, I don't know.
You gotta do what's best for you.
We talked about this the other day. What are weird word associations?
Mhm.
She's got some
Yeah.
ligament,
Huh?
ligaments. It's bone to bone, like my bone.
Sounds like bone, boner, licking my nuts. Reminds me of boner.
That's like 7 stretches for that astrologer.
I'm not gonna forget that now, thank you, but no.
Ligaments is
It
bone
works.
See, I did it as T-bone sounds like tendon, and T-bones are meaty, and so are muscles.
I won't remember that. That's
It's
a
not
lot.
funny.
Well, it's like I always reference the way to remember the way the spine goes, because this list sucks cock.
I like that way better.
Yeah, I do
So
too.
cervical, thoracic, lumbar, sacral, and coccyx. Cause this list sucks cock.
Yeah.
If it
Okay.
works, it works.
You can't just remember those 5 things.
Serious, I can call again, they asked for, whoever paid the bill, so I can make the Mandy's number.
They still haven't got payment? Well, how about you call my favorite person and let her know?
No one's in that office today, I called all of them 3 or 4 different times.
I bet after I pissed them off, they just don't answer for us now.
That's probably,
You're welcome.
pay the late fees or move some money and so they'll get it done.
The month of June, I'll be working like 2 days.
That's gonna be fun.
Yeah. Because everything falls, our labs fall on my every Tuesday, Friday. Yeah. So, it's gonna be great. You're real happy with me.
So how do we edit them for March?
For what? After
Last month.
What's chapter 7? Muscles? No, I hate that chapter. Your exam will be over chapters 1 through 6.
Cool.
What's probably gonna happen is I'm gonna condense your second module exam through 7 through probably 12, and then your final will be over 12 through 19 or whatever it is.
plus all of 1 through 20. How many chapters are there? 20. Reproductive short, developmental inheritance is short. Respiratory is big. Heart is, blood are kind of big.
The nervous system is thick.
Nervous system, I despise that chapter along with endocrine. Everybody back in here. Look at Justin absorbing all the knowledge from the book.
I really liked anatomy in college, and now
I did. My main teacher was evil.
Yeah, really?
Satan.
I think it was because
Listen, A&P sucks. I told you guys that from day one.
now going back
Nothing
to
I can do to spruce it up.
now going back to it, I think it was because of my partner.
What?
She was hot, so
That's why you liked it?
and smart. I thought I liked anatomy, and probably did not, but I didn't miss the class.
Well, there was some kind of anatomy that you liked, but it wasn't this.
She was so nice and so smart.
More gross anatomy than finite anatomy.
Oh, I didn't have a snowball chance in hell. She was a cheerleader. I was just happy to be there. Just happy to be there. Our teacher was a young male doctor too. He was really looking at all the girls who loved him.
So what's the difference between the internal callus and the external callus? Because one looks very porous and the other one looks full. The difference between the internal callus is so smooth. The external callus.
Essentially. We had light hours as an extra lecture class.
Well, that's because remember, this has to
Always
start as
350 questions.
This
Okay.
is
At the end of the
extending
year, we
off
had
bone
3
growth that's there.
finals.
This
Plus
is,
the lab
this
one.
is
That was the
encompassing that area
most
of the bone, so
work
it's gonna
I've
start
ever
a
done
spongy
this
bone,
in my
and it's gonna
entire
break
life. I
down.
was
It's
so
gonna
proud of it.
continue to go back to where it
That
was.
just
Okay.
made me so fast.
All right. So, aging and, aging in the skeletal system. Bones become thinner and weaker. Osteopenia. Tell us about osteopenia, Casey.
Osteopenia. It's when your body has inadequate ossification. What happens when you get older? You make less bones, your bones get brittle, you fracture your hips more.
If you can't remember that, what's a good way to remember that, Casey?
Pedia sounds like penis. Tiny dicks are inadequate. You're welcome. You're welcome.
All right. Reduction in bone mass begins between 30 to 40 years of age. That's what's happening with my hips, apparently. Osteoblast activity declines. So, what is this? What's declining? The what of bone?
Buildings.
Okay. Osteoclast activity continues at normal levels. So what?
Breaking down.
Okay. Women lose approximately 8% of bone mass per decade, while the superior complex only loses 3%. Now, why do we think that is? Correct. And then you guys go through that thing around, what, 50 years of age?
You make it that one.
Oh, I know. Their bone density, just ratio to ratio, women's bone density is just typically less. So when you're losing the same amount, the easiest way to think about this and why this is happening is on the grand scale of things. You know, let's say you've got a 50-pound sack of dog food and a 30-pound sack of dog food. Your 50 is men, your 30 is women, right? But you're both losing 5 ounces a day. The ratio is going to be offset because there's more density on one than the other. It's not that they lose at a higher rate, they're losing at the same rate as men, it's just men have a bigger bone density than women typically. And you lose a lot from if you're definitely childbearing. Bone markings, surface features.
Landmarks, as we would refer to them, elevations or projections, form where tendons and ligaments attach. They can form where adjacent bones articulate. We use a lot of landmarks specifically for what? What are some things we use bone landmarks for? IO. Needle decompression. 12 leads. Huh?
I say probably chest tube leads.
Chest tubes. CPR.
Unless you got fire.
So we use landmarks for a lot of things. Depressions and openings, blood vessels and nerves run alongside those. When you have anomalies in your bone growth or your muscle growth, you can have issues with blood flow. I know one of our guys here has thoracic outlet syndrome. That has to do with his bone growth and his blood supply. You know, put your arm over your head or down, you have issues with circulation because it pinches off that blood supply. It's something, you know, people deal with every day. That's a bone. You will need to know, and I'm not going to give you a worksheet tonight because you have a test to study for. Next class, you will have some homework that dealing with all the facial bones and cranial bones that you'll have to know and memorize. Just so you know. But I'm not going to be a dick and make you do homework the night or the week before a test. What?
You said when he puts his arm above his head, he loses like feeling in his hands? And that's a condition?
It's called thoracic outlet syndrome, yes.
Interesting.
Casey also has it.
Do you?
So is that not supposed to happen?
I think I have a variation of it if I sleep a certain, not sleep a certain way, but like sit a certain way for a while because I'll lose all sensation in my arm.
So that's awesome.
Correct. It's different than sleeping on your arm and just like compressing it.
Okay.
It's like just positional.
So I'm
Okay.
a little extra research on that.
Yeah, thoracic outlet syndrome. Look at that. Right there, next to little dick belt. Your skeleton consists of 206 bones, divided into axial and appendicular skeleton. Axial, this is on page what?
173.
173 in your book. It'd be very good of you to know at least what's in your axial skeleton, because there's a lot less. And then if you know what's in your axial skeleton,
176.
Yeah, that is a word definition. Never mind.
176?
Yeah.
176? If you know what's in your axial skeleton, I think there's like 80 or 60, something like that. If you know what's in those, then you know what's not in it, so that would then just by default go to the appendicular skeleton. Axial skeleton forms the longitudinal axis of your body. It's broken up into 3 subdivisions. The first one is group 1, contains 22 bones in the skull and 7 associated bones within the noggin, dealing with your auditory ossicles and your hyoid bone. Anybody want to tell me what the one unique factor of the hyoid bone is?
It's not attached to anything.
It's the only bone in your body that's not attached to another one. Also, if you want to kill somebody, hit them in it. Very, very difficult to fracture, but it can collapse all of the muscular tone around it and it will suffocate to death. Fun facts.
Isn't that what breaks when you hang yourself?
Huh?
Isn't that what breaks when you hang yourself?
If you do it right. You know, I'm not being shitty when I say that, I mean, yeah. It causes that to snap and you can't breathe. Then you have your thoracic cage, which is contained of 12 sets of ribs, or 24 ribs, and your sternum. With those 12 sets of ribs, you have 4 sets of false ribs, and within those false ribs, you have 2 sets of floating ribs. You have a little pigtail down here off your sternum called the xiphoid process, which is where we don't do what? Contrary to every EMS or hospital show and or movie, that is not where you do CPR. Your manubrium is the top part of your sternum, and then you have the long part that is known as the body. Then your third group contains 26 bones of the vertebrae column, starting with your cervical, thoracic, lumbar, sacral, and coccyx. Your sacral and coccyx are typically fused together. What are you smirking for now? Corey, what's the easy way to remember the order of our lumbar, or our cervical spine?
Because this list sucks cock.
There you go. Cervical, thoracic, lumbar, sacral, and coccyx. I believe it's 7, 12, 6, 6, 4.
This was 7, 12, 5.
7, 12, 5, 5, 4. That's right. You have 126 appendicular bones, including the pectoral and pelvic girdles, 32 bones associated with each upper limb, and 31 with each lower limb. Easier to remember which part of the body contains more. Your upper body is superior to your lower body, so the higher number is in your upper body. The axial division consists of the skeletal system that supports and protects the organs in your brain, spinal cavity, and ventral body cavity. Provides extensive surface area for attachment of muscles. Assists with respiratory movements, stabilization or position elements of the rest of your body. You have 8 cranial bones, 14 facial bones, and 6 auditory bones, along with 1 hyoid bone. You will need to know those. If you want to mark this page in your book now, feel free. If you don't, you'll have to look for it later. But you will need to know the name and location of all of those bones. The reason that is important is when dealing with basilar skull fractures or Lefort fractures. Page 177. And then there should be another view on 78 and 9.
3 and 4.
The skull, cranium is enclosed in the cranial cavity, fluid-filled chamber. What is it filled with? What's the fluid? Thank you. Cushions and supports the brain from any type of movement and or blows. The frontal bone forms the forehead or the 5 head and is the roof of the orbits, which is what? Your eye sockets. Supraorbital foramen is the opening and bony ridge above each orbit, which are where your what are located for landmarks? Eyebrows. And they form a passageway for blood vessels and nerves. It may present as a deep groove instead of an opening, and that is known as a supraorbital notch. So dissecting that word, what does that mean? Correct, above the orbitals. Your frontal sinuses are located above the orbit, are air-filled chambers that communicate with the nasal cavity, and they produce mucus. That's why if you have sinus infection or sinus headaches, sometimes it feels good to push up into your eye sockets a little bit, or right here in the front of your forehead. It's helping that pressure start moving some of that fluid that ends up being stuck in there. Now I have a floater. Cleans and moistens the nasal cavity. Your infraorbital foramen is the opening for major sensory nerve from your face. Another thing that we're going to have to go over, and I can give this to you tonight if you want 2 weeks to work on it, or I can give you it one due next week and one due the week after, whatever you want. Or if you just want them all slammed on one, you'll have to know all the cranial nerves as well. You'll have to know the names, the order, and whether they're motor nerve, sensory nerve, or both.
Sounds like we're gonna skip that.
No, we're not skipping that. Your bones in the cranium, again, this is a division of your supraorbital and your infraorbital bones. Right there. And clicker one. Parietal bone, posterior of the frontal bone on the side of the skull, and they help form the roof of the superior walls of your noggin. They interlock at the sagittal suture. And they articulate with the frontal bone at the coronal suture. So you have right here, the coronal suture. Can't show the other version, I guess. Oh, I went back for no reason. Okay. Then you have the occipital bone, forms the posterior and inferior portion of the cranium, back here. Joins with the parietal bone and the lambdoid bone, or lambdoid suture, which is going to be right there. The occipital bone, the foramen magnum, connects the cranial cavity to the spinal cavity. This is where you usually see herniation if you ever have brain or brainstem herniation, because it's the path of least resistance. This is the one hole that the spinal cord comes out of from your noggin. Occipital condyles, found on either side of the foramen magnum, sites of articulation between the skull and vertebrae column. Please give me, there we go. Right there. It's kind of like a guide for your skull under your spine.
What's the page number for this?
170.
39 pages ahead.
Is this chapter not ordered?
It's not ordered.
The temporal bones, located inferior to the parietal bones, which would mean, but inferior meaning what? Below. Contribute to the sides and base of the cranium and attach at the parietal bones at the squamous suture. You have your external acoustic canal that are found in the by the temporal bones. They separate the external acoustic canal from the middle ear, and the middle ear contains the auditory ossicles. Picture? Nope. The mandibular fossa is a transverse depression anterior to the external acoustic canal and the point of articulation with the mandible, so right here. Your mastoid process is a prominent bulge, posterior and inferior to the external acoustic canal, attachment site for muscles that rotate or extend the head. While you will need to know skulls, or skull bones and facial bones and cranial bones, you will not need to know muscles, except for a few of the main ones. Styloid process found next to the base of the mastoid process. It's long and sharp, attaches to ligaments that support the hyoid bone and anchor muscles associated with the tongue and pharynx. You can see on this picture that's on, is this on 176, this picture? 177, all of these are on here. Here's your suture, temporal bone, styloid process. If you see that, you have a problem. Call a Cohort. Sphenoid bone forms part of the floor of the cranium, unites the cranial and facial bones. braces the sides of the skull and contains the sphenoidal sinuses. Should be the purple one up there. I can't read that far. Should be that one. Shaped like a bat, if you were to cross-section the skull at the mouth, right here. The lateral wings extend from either side from the central depression, that is referred as the sella turcica, and encloses the pituitary gland. Ethmoid, located anterior to the sphenoid, consists of 2 honeycomb masses, form the part of the cranial floor. That's about all that's important on that. And the roof and sides of the nasal cavity. But first time I'm hearing the coxcomb. Prominent ridge that projects above the superior surface of the ethmoid. I can contribute exactly 0 to this slide. But the hole in the plate allows the passage for the olfactory nerve, and what's the olfactory do? Your sniffer. Ethmoid bone or lateral portion, or the ethmoid sinuses are the lateral portion of the bone, and they drain into the sinus cavity. That's why you do that. Superior emitter. Would you like me to keep going over these, or is this something that you're just going to read on your own because you're probably not retaining anything from me reading these?
Yeah.
Okay, so you're going to be responsible for going over all of these bones. If you would, go on your computer and get into the training thing on your computer and see if the bone things are in there. If not, I'll look on my computer. Yeah, it's not Tyler. So I'm gonna skip over all of these because it's probably not.
Yeah, because this whole, like, this whole chapter's.
Okay. So you're still gonna be responsible for all of this for your test. I will say for me, I will concentrate, when I write this test, I'm gonna concentrate on your main orbital bones and your, like, anything that has to do with the LaForce and basilar skull fractures and anything to do with your spine. I'm not saying there won't be some one-off something or something in there because there's only so many questions to choose from, but I'm going to try to focus on the cervical spine, LaForce fractures, and basilar skull fractures. I can probably go over this. Cervical spine contains 7 bones, C1 through C7. C1 is what those occipital condyles guide on. And your cervical spine ends at C7, where it articulates with T1. You have 12 thoracic vertebrae, T1 through T12. Each one of those articulate with at least 1 pair of ribs. How many sets of ribs do you have? How many? Yeah, it's like it's maths almost, right? You have 1 vertebrae for each set of ribs. However, just the way that the muscles and such attach, some of them are linked by more than 1 rib. But the easy way to remember how many vertebrae you have in your thoracic cavity or thoracic region is by your 12 sets of ribs. Lumbar is 5. That's when the bend should be, unless you have the scoliosis or something weird, where the bend of your back starts to go in. Sacral region is a single bone formed through 5 fused vertebrae. So if it ever asks how many sacral vertebrae do you have, the answer is 5, not 1, but just understand that they're fused. And then you have the coccyx or the coccygeal region, which consists of 4 fused vertebrae. And in most humans, I will say most, your sacrum and your coccyx are also fused together. So you have 5 vertebrae fused together, 4 vertebrae fused together, and those 2 sets are fused together. That's what forms your what? Tailbone. You should have four, again, unless you have the old scoliosis, 4 curves in your spine, 2 primary and 2 secondary curves. Your primary curves appear late in fetal development, which is your thoracic and your sacral curve, going back to this picture. The ones that go out are your primary curves. The ones that go in are your secondary curves. Again, your secondary curves are your cervical and your lumbar, the ones that go in. Cervical allow your, especially as a kid, your head to balance, and your lumbar is your ability to stand. Like my baby got a big old noggin. Sometimes I can't keep his head on straight yet. She rounds the corner and her head momentum takes her with her. Abnormal distortions that can appear in childhood, kyphosis, anybody know what that is? A hunchback, this whole thing where, you know, it's just this big bump on the back. Lordosis is an exaggerated lumbar curvature going in. And scoliosis is an abnormal lateral curve. So that's when, well, I don't know if they still do it, but when you're in school, you had to like bend over and someone would like stand behind you and like guide your spine. And if it looks like a curvy road, then that would be the old scoliosis. All vertebrae contain a ventral body, an arc, and an articular process. I'm sure there's a picture at some point. The body is the massive weight-bearing portion. Bony faces do not contact each other because of the cartilage or fibrocartilage known as discs that are in between them. However, there is no disc or cartilage found in your sacrum or coccyx. Why? Because it's fused. There's also no cartilage found between C1 and 2. Why? One has to do with axial and one has to do with appendicular frontal movement. So one turns your head and one nods your head. So where they're not going the same direction and doing things, none is required. Vertebral arch forms at the posterior margin of the vertebrae. The roof is formed by flat layers, kind of going back over the whole bone thing. Transverse processes project laterally and dorsolaterally, and the spinous process projects posteriorly from where the laminae fuse. So there's got to be a picture coming up soon. I'm just probably going to try it. There's not. Holy fuck. Is there a picture of the vertebrae here?
184.
Okay, 184 for reference for what all of those are. C1 is your atlas that holds your head up. Again, it guides on those occipital condyles that are attached to your skull. It allows you to nod. Forms a pivot joint with that axis. 2 is the axis, called the Dens joint, that allows you to have head rotation. So you've got, it's set, so this is C1 here, this is C2. So one allows you to go side to side, one allows you to go up and down, and it uses this little pigtail here to keep itself seated. Oh, now we got a picture. Thoracic vertebrae are heart-shaped. Spinous process points inferiorly, meaning down. The costal facets on the body allow articulation with the head of 1 or 2 pairs of ribs. So that's what I'm saying, depending on where they're at, they might be connected to 1 or 2 cells. Again, you can see the shape. There's the vertebrae, the foramen that the spinal cord goes down to. This is considered the body. Pedicles here, and then this is what attaches to your ribs. These spines here, and you have the spinous process that if you look from the side is like it does this number, where it goes down and then out, or out and down. Lumbar are thicker, more oval, relatively massive. Do the same thing, they're just shaped differently. As you can see, this body is a lot bigger, and the shape of this is no longer circular, it's more oblong here. The lower the spinal cord gets down the column, the more it thins out. Sacrum protects reproductive and digestive organs, attaches at the axial and appendicular skeleton. Broad flat surface for the attachment of muscles. A lot of your ass muscles and back muscles attached down there. I'll let you go to that. Landmark of there is during pelvic exams and for delivery, where you can tell where that bulge is at the tip, or the base of the tip there. In the sacrum. Begin fusing shortly after puberty, continues until you're 25 to 30 years of age. You can see these are all fused together, while these are separate processes. You can see that they're obviously all fused, and then you have your coccyx, which is the same thing, which is considered the tail if you believe in evolution. So that's that. Your ribs are known as costal bones, elongated flattened bones, and originate on or between the thoracic vertebrae. And they end in the wall of the thoracic cavity at the mediastinum or the cartilage that connects to it. The first 7 pairs are true ribs. They reach the anterior body wall and connect to the sternum by separate cartilage extensions, known as costal cartilage. So they all have one bone to one cartilage that connects to the sternum. You have 7. 8 through 12 are referred to as false ribs because they don't independently and directly attach to the sternum. 8, 9, and 10 have a branching cartilage that connects them to the sternum. 11 and 12 are floating, meaning they don't attach at all. They're attached at the spine, but nowhere in the front. The adult sternum, the manubrium, is broad and triangular, articulates with the clavicles and the first ribs up here, where the jugular notch is, which is that indentation. If you feel and you poke real hard, it hurts to talk while you do it, but that is a landmark known as the jugular notch. The adult sternum is going to have elongated body. The more we grow, it just continues to stretch out. And again, the xiphoid process is at the bottom. Adult sternum fusion is not complete until age 25. Ribs are very mobile. They have a complex musculature, dual articulations in and out and then side to side. They're flexible at the connection. They're obviously curved, and they affect both width and depth of the thoracic cage. So obviously that way and that way. There's some petrified ones. As you can see, again, these go directly here. These are all linked together, and then you have your floating ones down there. Appendicular division includes upper and lower bones and limbs, includes the supporting bones of the pectoral and pelvic girdle. The pectoral girdle, or the shoulder girdle, 2 broad, flat scapulas, and 2 slender, curved clavicles. That is the only connection to the axial skeleton. We should know what they do. They form a base for the arm and the movements and provide a mounting point for the muscles. There is your clavicle. It should be S-shaped unless you broke it. smooth and lies beneath the skin. Predominant lines marked for landmarks. And the attachment sites again for ligaments and muscles to go from front to back into your arms. Scapula is the anterior surface of the body. It forms a big triangle in your back. The superior, medial, and lateral borders where all those muscles attach on those edges. Is there a picture of these muscles in your book? Yes, okay. Page 188 will give you a picture to know what it's talking about here. Me reading it is going to be probably no good if you don't know the attachment points on it. Oh, there it is. So again, those are your backbone wings on the back and top sides of your shoulders. You have an inferior region and an inferior region, which contain the same things. One is just supra and one is infra, superior and inferior. Your upper limb consists of what bones?
Humerus, radius, and ulna.
And then all your hand bones. Humerus, your proximal head is where? In your shoulder girdle, right? Your distal head is where? Your elbow. You can see greater tubercles up here. Your lateral should be down here. Yes, right there. On the outside. Same concept. You have your lesser and your greater, your inside and your outside, or your front and back. Proximal end, the muscle attaches in the girdle there, and the tendon runs along the groove. This is where you get your thoracic outlet syndrome from, Casey. You have your shaft, or your what? What's another name for that? Diaphyses. And what are the names for these? Okay. You have your surgical neck, which is distal to the tubercles. Again, connects those sites. These are the common fracture sites on these bones. It's the thinnest part when it goes from that spongy to that compact bone. And typically what happens is it breaks at that transition point just because of the bone density. Your deltoid tuberosity helps elevate the portion that runs along the lateral shaft, attachment point for the deltoid muscle. Again, I'm not going to go over muscles with you guys. We're not chiropractors or what do you call it? Sports people, trainers, athletic trainers. So, you know, the only thing that this is going to come in helpful with is if your service allows you to set dislocations, and we'll go over that in trauma. So, and again, you don't really have to know muscle points as much as you do have to know the bone locations. Distal end is obviously your elbow. Once it gets down here, it starts to widen and flatten out into a triangular shape instead of a round. We know all that. We understand bones now. Condyle divided into two regions by a little ridge. This is on page 189, I believe, for you. But you can go over all of these to learn more if you'd like. Then you have your radius and your ulna. Your radius is which one? The one that goes by your thumb, right? You have they kind of inlay and set together almost like a Halligan and a axe or sledgehammer. They kind of set in with each other. One supports the other. I'm not going to go over all of these because you're not going to retain anything. Take 5. Hello.
Real quick, if you see a number from Florida in the next couple of days, that might be the drug lab, drug screening people, doctors calling for questions about anything that may hit. I don't know, certain medications do hit if there are certain levels, and they just call for clarification on what it was and like prescription and so on. So if you do see any number from Florida, be sure to answer that. And probably based on this. I did get your, I did.
Thank you. That's all I wanted.
Why is it so difficult?
Yeah, that's what we're gonna have to do.
Whose problem is?
I can't go through one. Okay, all right. Good.
Nothing to go through. I'm gonna let you go through these bones. You do need to know the hand bones and the foot bones, not specifically just, carpals from metacarpals and tarsals from metatarsals. You don't need to know each one of these bones down here. You do need to know each hand has 14 bones. Oh, the girdle we should know. That's where the cartilage is. Femur, we're pretty well versed in femoral bones. Patella, what's that? Okay. Tibia, should know that. It's the big one. Ankle bones. Articulations. Can we go over joints? Yes, okay. So we went over the synovial joint earlier, right? Filled with that fluid and the fibrous fluid that helps with movement, but also restricts, certain unwanted movements, or should, and also helps with friction in that area. Need to know these three definitions here. Good. Your movable joints, examples of that is going to be the skull. Like if they move, it's that. They're usually fused together or locked in place by either bone fusions, cartilage fusions, or fibrous fusions. You have your amphiarthrosis joints, which have partial movement. Examples of that are going to be how there's a fusion of cartilage between your tib fib, how it sets in place. It allows rotational movement, but it doesn't allow, like they don't separate and come apart. They'll rotate within reason, but again, you go too far and you've got a spiral fracture, it snaps. But there has to be some articulation there, so there's not muscle grinding and all of that. articulation between spinal vertebrae. Again, you were outside, started early. You need to know these three definitions right here and examples of them. Again, example, the first one will be the skull, second one is your tib fib. Which is pointer. And then your diarthrosis have, depending on the type of joints, allow free range of motion and which way they're supposed to be. We have different types of joints, which are going to be probably listed later. But you've got, on these joints, both bone ends are covered in articular cartilage, which is going to help with friction and mobility. And then obviously that joint should be filled with synovial fluid that we talked about that helps lubricate that friction in that cartilage. The inner surface of the joint cavity is lined with that membrane, so each joint has that membrane that's going to encompass either the tissue or the bone itself. Complex joints may have additional cartilage and padding. Your knee, your meniscus is one. It's got fat pads, or you can have fat pads which protect the articular cartilage. Again, this is just for protection depending on what type of joint it is. You don't need anything there. Your bursa or your bursae, small pockets of connective tissue that contain the synovial fluid. If you've ever heard of bursitis, that's the inflammation of that cavity there, where that tendon or ligament rub against the tissue, and there's not either enough synovial fluid or there's just too much grinding that is going to cause that type of inflammation. Your type of movements are gliding, angular, rotation, and then you have a few special ones. So you do need to know those types of movement. Gliding, two opposing surfaces slide against each other. Movement can occur in any direction and occurs between articulating carpal bones, which would be where? Angular motion can be different in reference to different anatomical positions. You can have flexation, which would be where? In towards the body. Could be feet, elbows, arms, depending on what it is. Extension, going out. Abduction is away. Adduction is to the core. Abduction is away from the core. And then you have circumduction or circumferential. Extension occurs on the same plane. Hyperextension is when it goes obviously past the point of anatomical normalcy. You can hyperextend knees, elbows, any of those type of joints. So it's, we know that my stopping point's here and it continues to go, that would be considered a hyperextension. There is a representation of hyperextension or abduction, flexation, all of those things. So what would be the difference between flexation, extension, abduction, and adduction? So all of these are in reference to the anatomical position like this, right?
So
What plane you're in?
it's going to depend on the plane and which way we're going. So this would be flexation, right? But while this, coming to the core, would be adduction, right? Where this would be extension, or this would be abduction, right? So it depends on what plane we're referencing and whether it's going away from the core and what joint we're moving. Does that make sense? Okay. Again, the best way that I can remember the abduction versus abduction, adding, coming back to the core, ab, it would be away. Circumduction is an angular motion involving a loop, which, you know, we can do that with certain joints, but not all of them. Again, same concept, which plane we're adding to core, coming away from the core, going to the core. And then again, there's your circumduction, going in, away from the core, towards the core, and back away from the core, towards the core. Rotation, we should know about. Lateral would be out, medial would be back in. Easiest way to remember that. Median meaning what? Middle, and that's what we're coming back to. Or if you play sports, a lateral would be what? Out to the side. So, rotation, supination versus pronation. Pronation is palms forward and then palm to back. So if we're starting in the anatomical position and we go like this, that'd be pronation. If we go like this, that'd be supination. Inversions, usually dealt with hands and feet, but elevate on the medial edge. Opposition motion is eversion. Twisting of the foot, those are all inversion movements. So coming in, inside, eversion is going out. Dorsiflexion, coming back up, you know, releasing the brake. Flexation would be, or elevation, flexation would be going towards the floor, and depending on what you're going on. Plantar is pushing down, dorsal is coming back up. Opposition, moving the thumb towards the palm. Help me with this one, Casey.
What?
No, just kidding, don't. Protraction, being proactive. And then reaction, or retraction would be the reverse motion. So going in and out. Sure you don't want to help me, Case? Not me, but.
I think you covered it.
Okay, cool. How about this one? That should be self-explanatory. You have different types of joints. Again, hinge, pivot, saddle, ball and socket, those are the biggest ones. We already went over gliding. Your tib fib, your clavicle. Hinge joints, elbows and knees. Pivotal are going to be your atlas and axis. We already went over the hand stuff. Saddle joints would be in some of your carpal and metacarpal joints within the hand and the thumb. What kind of guides? Ball and socket, the biggest one we've got are hips and elbows, or shoulders rather. Went over those earlier, gliding, over all those. Not doing vertebrae because I'm not going to go with it. Herniated disc, we covered I think last week, or that fibrocartilage breaks down and starts protruding from that space and they start to collapse and you can extrude out.
Shoulder joint permits the greatest range of motion of any joint in the body. Because of that, it's the most frequently dislocated joint. Stability sacrificed to obtain mobility. The loose joint,
KLS transfer, 61-year-old male, report access, body yard to UNL.
extends from the scapular neck to the humeral head, permits extensive range of motion, but again, large quantity of bursae, so there's inflammation of that site would be called bursitis. I know that earlier. Not going to deal with muscles. Doesn't matter. Hinge joint we went over. Very stable, but once they break, once you hyperextend, you lose a lot of the structural integrity from the ligaments and tendons in that area. And it's very hard for your body once they start to go to correct themselves. If there's enough force or weight, they'll snap in half. And you can have obviously hyperextension or disarticulation.
You guys have very much time left.
Yeah, why?
Oh, okay.
Why?
I was gonna take him on the transfer. If you guys are gonna be done in like 15 minutes, I can wait.
It'd be close. If nothing else, grab someone from a different truck and you can swap out.
Okay, thanks.
Yep.
Sorry to interrupt.
We did all those. Hip joint, ball and socket, we should know all of that. Resist compression, ligaments. You should have 4 ligaments in that joint. Knee joint, again, hinge. Okay, we done. All right, I'm gonna take a few minutes. Do we want, what would you guys like to do as a class? Do you want me to give you the homework now and do one due next week and one due the following week? Or would we rather wait, study, and then just do both for homework next week?
Is the homework for any of our tests for next week? Like, does it cover any of that?
Yeah.
I would prefer to have it now.
All right, take 5-10 minutes and let me go find that on the computer. I'll bring it back in a few minutes. Make sure you signed in. So I'll give you the bones today, and then I'll give you cranial nerves next week. Sound good?
We didn't have to, it was a requirement for Harrison County.
So it's just preliminary. I think the site, class is the other. It's almost like.
Can we do the cranial nerves? There's an acronym for that.
What?
There's a way to remember the 12 cranial nerves.
Oh, you wanna?
So I'm gonna define visit or great visit. But I was thinking that too.
It's close. Is it like super anti-effect? I don't think so. It's terrible.
Hopefully this squid is like, that'd be nice.
I don't have a voice all set up. Wonder who it is.
Sorry, did we take it out of the knee? It's not your knee joint. See, I'm thinking about
The depression?
the pressure, like, I don't know, my life was depressed too.
Oh gosh. This whole 5 years is going into this. Remember everything.
It works though.
Oh, the 12 hours, it's like, having to go really find out what that is. It's like, or there's some other ones too. But that's what I learned in class.
What class?
This anatomy class? Oh, your high school.
I remember the fucking driver coming up and like.
What is it?
The thing she said.
Either, it's either virtual or that. So I don't feel like I don't know why or something like that.
Good. As long as it works, I don't really care.
Anybody got a turkey hunter? Are you?
Fuck them little bastards. Fucking hate turkeys. I'm like the hardest goddamn animal to hunt on the face of this earth.
I'd like to kill one, I've never turkey hunted, so.
No, they're not. They're fucking smart as fuck.
They're done the shit they just see.
I hate turkeys.
Thank you.
Oh, God.
They're easy to hunt.
I mean, you just gotta find them, like. So, I've done some places in Jeff, there on the top of it. I got a suppressor, so if I had a tag,
Label these, there is no workbank, so use your book, and make your educated guess.